Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Wizard, sign into the extraordinary potion at the beginning. Chapter 61. In the void in front of Angelet, a golden light suddenly appeared. This caused Angelet's pupils to fluctuate slightly, and actually turned golden. Bursts of golden ripples, the spray of waves, finally presented a picture. It was a space full of shadows. A large number of shadows surged, accompanied by the figure in the center of the shadow space, and fluctuated with the swing of the figure's hands. As if the figure can affect and manipulate these shadows, it is full of mysterious properties. In the end, all the shadows turned into a liquid-like liquid, which merged into the figure's hands, forming a unique black ball. Reminder: the host successfully signed in randomly today, and received a reward, Shadow World Witchcraft. Quality: Gold. Content: build a shadow core that can communicate with the shadow layer, so as to master the ability to enter and exit the shadow layer, and release a lot of shadow power through the shadow core. Form a world of shadows. In this world, you are the master of the shadows. A lot of wizard knowledge was passed from, to Angelet's mind. This time, it is completely different from the previous witchcraft, with more vast, more rapid and diverse knowledge. Angelet almost couldn't accept it, and his pupils were slightly absent-minded, which lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes before he came back to his senses. This also proves that the witchcraft this time is really no small matter. Angelet has not yet possessed golden quality sorcery. This is almost the witchcraft that official wizards can possess and use. And it must be witchcraft similar to a trick. The Eye of Truth started to work, and the preliminary analysis allowed Angelet to understand the outline of this witchcraft. From these summaries, Angelet was also able to confirm this point. Mastering the power of another level of space is really incredible. Even among the golden qualities, it is the top one. It can definitely be compared to the tactics and witchcraft of Thunder Emperor's Art of War. As we all know, the wizarding world itself has two kinds of material reality and unreal energy world. And there are many levels in the energy world, many fire element energy layers, water element energy layers, dark element energy layers. These are very grand illusory layers, attached to the wizarding world itself, and only when one's mental power reaches an incomparably high-end level can one peek into some of these illusory layers. The production of natural energy particles is also closely related to these illusory layers. In the vicinity of these grand illusory layers, there are also some small illusory layers, such as the shadow layer attached to the dark element energy layer, which is such a case. If the entrance to the space of the shadow layer is opened, a random burst of shadow energy from the shadow layer will completely destroy the entire dark place. This is a power that ordinary wizards cannot control and predict. Belongs to nature, belongs to the whole wizarding world. Only truly high-end wizards can tentatively recognize, connect, and master. And this mastery can only use a little bit of fur, and it is impossible to completely find the location of the shadow layer. Because it itself is illusory. The wizard itself is materially realistic, and uses the illusory nature of spiritual power to communicate. If the wizard himself comes into contact with the phantom layer, the only result is complete demise. It's incredible. Following the Eye of Truth, he analyzed the information of the Shadow World Witchcraft. More related aspects of this witchcraft, including principles, methods of casting spells, etc., were all displayed in front of Angelet one by one. The more you know it, the more you feel the vastness and headache. His current strength and level, in other words, is the load of mental power, which is still unable to support the display and understanding of the operation of this witchcraft. Just take it slow. The existence of such a witchcraft is definitely not just an ordinary formal wizard, even second level and third level are possible. Of course, higher levels of wizards are completely beyond Angelet's current cognition. The only information that can be accessed and learned is the inheritance in the Black Sun Key and the information about the Black Sun Wizard. Angelet still vividly remembers the scene of himself being transformed into a black sun hanging in the sky. An embarrassing look appeared on Angelet's face. This is too numbing, and the witchcraft runes required are too exaggerated and complicated, not 10 times more than shadow erosion and shadow piercing, etc. But 100 times. He even couldn't really display these two witchcrafts. There is still a lack of individual witchcraft runes, and more related wizard runes are needed for meditation to outline. A sense of urgency emerged in Angelet's heart. The urgency of not being able to excavate when you see the treasure mountain. The dark tide meditation must be completed as soon as possible. For subsequent expansions, the only thing that is gratifying is that this, shadow world witchcraft, and the corresponding witchcraft runes, can be outlined in the consciousness space in a single meditation. Gather all the witchcraft runes and use spiritual power to echo these witchcraft runes, and you can also use this, shadow world, witchcraft. It is the release time that needs to be prepared, which is very long, which is not conducive to the scene of adapting to changes in the battle. Angelet roughly counted the number of shadow world witchcraft runes with the eye of truth. There are probably more than 3,000 witchcraft runes. Angelet couldn't help touching his chin. His eyes were extremely deep. Well, truly worthy of golden quality witchcraft. The quantity of witchcraft runes is to be able to match its quality. After all, it is a witchcraft that can communicate with the illusory layer. Angelet just felt a little tingling because of the difficulty. There is no doubt about its power. There is even some anticipation, the situation and scene when it is released. Seal this large amount of wizard knowledge in a corner of the memory area. After becoming an extraordinary group of wizards, it is already on the road of inhumanity, going further and further. Including the utilization of the brain, it is far greater than that of ordinary people. In continuous evolution, even the thinking ability of the mind can be compared to that of a computer. The memory area is also equivalent to memory. Efficient operation, efficient use. Angelet came to the lounge, stood by the window, looked at the moonlight and stars outside the window, and stretched. The bones made a corresponding sound under the stretch of the body. Reduced a little fatigue. He hasn't had a good rest since he entered the big ship of the White Bone Club until now. The spirit has always been in an efficient state. Although he can still persist, he also knows that if this continues, it will have a bad effect. The state of all aspects has already declined significantly. In this case, there are other ways to solve it, not medicine. The only solution is to lie in bed, close your eyes, and have a good night's rest. Soothe the mental fatigue in your heart. And Angelet herself intended to do just that. He took off the phalanges worn around his neck and the tears of the crystal goddess, and placed them on the head of the bed. Angelet lay on the bed, staring at the gray ceiling. Looking sideways, a girl's face gradually emerged. Some freckles on the face, although not very pretty, but when he smiled at Angelet, that smile was so warm. The corner of Angelet's mouth slowly smiled, and said softly, "Good night, little Lena." Bone Wizard City, in the residence of the Zijinhua family, even though it was late at night. But the figures were wrong, and under the light, almost all the members of the Zijinhua family came back. Huck Zijinhua stood at the forefront, and the others stood slightly lower. Huck Zijinhua turned around. Her expression was indifferent and scary, and a murderous aura exuded from her body. Many people took a few steps back subconsciously. Can't bear the murderous aura of this extreme wizard apprentice. When young, Huck Zijinhua was not a simple existence. But he is old after all, and too old, so old that he is almost exhausted. There is only one thought in my mind now, and that is to vent my heart and anger. No matter who, the newborn, or the two women must die too. If it weren't for the news of the two of them, Hank would not have acted on his instructions. Nature will not die, no matter who is in it, no matter what other reasons. The Zijinhua family must vent their anger and show their majesty. I think you should understand the reason why I called you here. My grandson, Hank Zijinhua, is dead. This hatred must be avenged. The dignity of the Zijinhua family cannot be provoked. Huck Zijinhua suppressed her voice and said, "We have only one purpose, and that is to kill." Angelet, Aya, and Kalen, these three freshmen are on the must-kill list of the Zijinhua family. No matter what method I use, as long as I can kill these three guys, I will give them the support and benefits they deserve. Agree. At this time, a voice came in. It seems that I came just right, old patriarch. A figure slowly walked into the crowd, followed by another figure who seemed to be a follower. Huck Zijinhua stared at the black wizard robe figure walking over, and said slowly, "Belia, I don't think you will refuse the request of such an old bone like me." The figure in the wizard robe had a very young face, about 20 years old, and said with a light smile, "Of course, this is for sure, old patriarch, I will help you complete this small matter." It's just 3 freshmen. Even if they entered the Bone Society and the Dark Wizard Academy, there are too many opportunities to deal with them. Looking at the extraordinary energy fluctuations emanating from his body, this Zijinhua wizard named Belial turned out to be a third-level apprentice. The figure following behind him was wearing the standard uniform of the Dark Wizard Academy, which was exclusively for the lower court, and also exuded the aura of a second-level wizard apprentice. This is the Zijinhua family, the remaining 2 of the 6 wizards. Buria Zijinhua said to the figure behind her, "Did you hear that, Sulu? You are in the lower court. Go and deal with those 2 women first, and then deal with the male freshman." The young wizard with a scar on his face sneered and said, "Got it, it's just a small problem. The 3-month period will end soon, and these people need to go to the newborn secret realm to train and get out. They are real college students. As for those who have not come out, of course no one cares, and there is room for manipulation in this new secret realm." Sulu Zijinhua sneered and said, "It just so happens that the wizard apprentice in charge of the new secret realm is someone I know, and he can send me in with just a click. With me. Naturally, there won't be any problems." Quote, Huck Zijinhua thought about it for a while, and felt that this method was very good, so she nodded in agreement. Buria looked at Huck Zijinhua greedily like a wolf. "Then old patriarch, I want your remaining network resources, you don't have any opinions." Huck Zijinhua was silent for a moment, then clicked to understand. The fact that Longbottom didn't choose to come back has already explained his own choice. A smile appeared on Buria's face, and he only exchanged a few small characters for a network of resources that would be of great help to him. This is a network resource for extreme wizard apprentices. It was enough for him to advance to the ultimate wizard apprentice before Longbottom. Complete the level jump, Huck Zijinhua added. "Sulu, although you are very powerful, you still have to be careful. I will give you some of the family's witchcraft." "Okay, old patriarch," Sulu Zijinhua said. Huck Zijinhua had another idea. He was going to use his profits first to let some field wizards attack and kill the freshman named Angelet. "See if you can get it." According to some news from the investigation, it seems that this freshman will go to the free zone from time to time. This is a good time to start. Multiple insurances made Huck Zijinhua feel at ease. As for himself, he wanted to investigate some of the big and small wizard forces in the Bone Wizard City. When the sunlight outside the window passed through the glass window and hit Angelet's cheek, his eyebrows moved slowly. "It's already 8 o'clock in the morning." Angelet sat up from the bed. Her spirits were extremely active, and her condition had returned to its peak. Both the thoughts and the operation of the brain organization have reached the most efficient state. It is also the most suitable time for wizard meditation and practice. Angelet had a hunch that this time, he could make great progress by practicing the wizard's meditation method. Maybe it will be able to break through the last wizard rune. There is also an energy class in the afternoon, if you can break through before then. Just to test whether these 9 wizard runes can use shadow corrosion and shadow piercing, witchcraft. If not, you can just make some arrangements in the next energy class. Angelet had already planned. Soon, he came to the retreat room, where he meditated and sketched the wizard's runes. In the dark space like ink, 8 lights like stars hang in the sky. It also illuminates some parts of this dark world. At least one can see the continuously flowing silhouette below, making it easy for people to guess that the sky is dark and the ground is flowing water. And in this dark world, a digitalized pale golden streamer suddenly appeared. Hovering around the 8 star-like lights, it seems to be observing and sensing something. Finally, the digitized pale golden streamer finally stopped. Then they gradually solidified and gathered together, forming a pair of eyes filled with pale golden light. Angelet felt neither happy nor sad, and fell into another unique state of mind. The unique feeling in the dark made him start to look around the 8 wizard runes. In a specific direction, just in the direction that can establish a connection with the other 8 wizard runes, the meditation outline of the last wizard rune is carried out. Soon, the light golden spiritual power seemed to turn into a golden pen at this moment, and began to draw on the empty position. Unique strokes, with a unique rhythm, seem to hide extraordinary interpretations, which are the foundation of the wizarding world and the core of all operations. The mental power is constantly being consumed, and the strokes are also constantly in progress. There is no concept of time in the conscious space, So Angelet feels that he has sketched endless years, and it seems that only a moment has passed. At the same time as this strange feeling intertwined, it also made his progress on the dark trend, meditation faster and faster. The last wizard rune, the progress is almost without any difficulty, faster and faster. This is synchronous. Tick. The sound of water dripping through stones appeared in my ears again, and this time the sound also changed significantly. The voice is not so crisp, but full of deep and restrained voice. This is because there are no stones to block it, and the water droplets flow directly into the stream. Angelet subconsciously increased his mental power output to support the outline of the wizard's rune. After an unknown period of time, Angelet's mental strength was already in a state of extreme weakness. Those golden eyes were also extremely dim, and the outlining witchcraft runes also appeared incomparably brightly next to the 8 wizard runes. But it's not over yet, the meditation outline is still in the final stage. But Angelet's state seems to be unsupportable. Once it cannot be supported, this newly molded wizard rune will collapse. This attempt to break through will fail completely. The only benefit for Angelet is that she is more proficient, and her mental strength will also be slightly improved because of this kind of wizard rune meditation exercise. The next time I do the wizard rune meditation outline, the progress will be faster and more proficient. But Angelet was not reconciled, and had reached the last point. It should have been outlined in one go. As for the proficiency of this wizard rune, although I don't say that I have completely adapted to it, I am familiar with it, but it is not very low. Coupled with the many bonuses of his aptitude, comprehension, and physique, he can do things that other wizards cannot do. So he believed in himself and persisted, constantly squeezing his mental power, trying to fill in the final stage of the teacher's rune. Time passed slowly, and Angelet's pale golden eyes were almost in a state of invisibility, and they were about to disappear from the space of consciousness. At this time, Angelet also vaguely saw some illusory scenes. It was a long dark river flowing slowly, splashing waves continuously. The sound of the tide was extremely clear, resounding in Angelet's ears. Finally, he got it. The last few strokes that were still a bit stalemate, under the blessing of this state of enlightenment, directly sketched successfully. At this moment, the bright wizard rune is round and smooth, and it blooms with a brighter light. It echoes with other wizard runes, and the rays of light are also connected to each other, as if they have become a whole. It's finally done. Like a dry riverbed, a cracked earth, filled with sweet springs and water. Angelet's originally sleepy and exhausted mental power was suddenly reborn with a different mental power at the moment when the sound of water droplets sounded. It's as if the quality of mental power has been improved. If it wasn't for Angelet's inspection with the eye of truth, maybe such a subtle difference really hasn't been discovered. The change from the wizard physique obtained before is somewhat too weak. The quality of mental power has not been improved obviously. But Angelet had already expected it. After all, it was only the most basic wizard meditation method, and Angelet himself had been improved several times. The higher the quality of mental strength, the more difficult it is to continue to improve. Now, in the retreat room of the real world, Angelet's frowned brows were relieved, and she also opened her originally closed eyes. Like a bright light, the pale golden data ripples slowly pass away. Mental power has become stronger. Angelet had a very clear feeling. With a thought, Angelet's data panel appeared in the void in front of him. Host: Angelet. Current physique: 28. Current mental power: 22. Energy particles: 220 directions. Elemental witchcraft: black sun walking, shadow corrosion, shadow piercing, shadow world, natural heart. Special witchcraft: incarnation, hand of alchemy, cross-border trading witchcraft. Battle body witchcraft: mixing poison and refining body, 3 stages. Strategy: thunder emperor, flesh melting point base stage. Wizard physique: star body. Innate ability: manipulate starlight, evolve nothingness. Qualification: 4 grades. Level: Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Meditation method: Dark Tides, 9 wizard runes. Pharmacy: Basic pharmacy knowledge, advanced pharmacy knowledge. Pharmaceutical formula: Low level: Azure potion, Blood Roland potion, Crimson potion, Nightmare potion, Medium, Dreamless sleep potion, Back to origin potion. Bryn flavor potion: Higher level: Blooming miracle potion. Alchemy. None. Magic stone. 40. Items. Black sun key, inheritance, fire dragon sword, wizard ring, meteor iron sword, invisibility cloak, tears of the crystal goddess, star potion x4, blood Roland potion x1, crimson potion x1. All aspects of data have been increased by a certain number of stars. Among them, in terms of mental power, it has increased the most. Angelette tried to see if she could use those two shadow witchcrafts. The more gratifying result is that one of the witchcraft can be performed. But the other witchcraft still cannot be used. As for the witchcraft of the shadow world, Angelette didn't think about it at all. It is not the witchcraft that Angelette at this stage can perform. In comparison, the threshold for the Thunder Emperor's art of war is relatively low. As long as the combat body is 10%, it can exert great power. Even if the battle body is unsuccessful, as long as the physical body is strong enough, it can still use some means and some abilities in the Thunder Emperor's battle method. Also very powerful. Next, Angelette mainly considered three things. The first is the path of one's own elemental wizard, the affinity of the fire element, and the corresponding meditation method, which can fall on the Black Sun inheritance. Regarding the affinity of the dark attribute, Angelette has already practiced the Dark Tides meditation, and will try to choose the advanced level of the Dark Tides meditation in the future. This requires the consumption of dark points, which can be purchased and exchanged at the exchange office of the Dark Wizard Academy, or some stores in the headquarters of the Bone Society Business District. What is unified is that things about wizard knowledge can only be purchased using dark points. It cannot be purchased using magic stones. You can use magic stones to exchange with other wizard apprentices. Although it is one on the surface, in private, the exchange price is actually 1 dark point for 2 magic stones. The specific difference is naturally due to the rarity and specialness of the dark spot. There is also about the purple quality witchcraft of shadow corrosion. Being able to master official wizards or some extreme wizard apprentices in advance, the group can master the special attribute energy-based particles. That is, corroding energy particles. At present, the 9 wizard runes cannot support the display of this witchcraft. Angelette can only choose the second option that he has already planned. Buy Polaris Advanced Class, or trade directly with him for a few runes of sorcery. Angelette believed that these particular witchcraft runes, Polaris was possessed. That day, outside the door of the energetics classroom, the energy particles released, and the effect produced by the blonde wizard, obviously had special properties. The second is about the path of the combat wizard, the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining the body. Jobs is already collecting poisonous supernatural creatures, which can be steadily improved. The Thunder Emperor's battle technique will also be mastered after the mixing poison and body refining witchcraft is improved. There are 2 more stages to follow. The third is about pharmacy. Researching pharmacy knowledge, making wizard potions, and exchanging various resources to support the above 2 wizard paths. There are also soul items that Lena needs to replenish the constant emptiness of the soul. The supernatural items of the fire element that the black-armored young dragon needs to supplement its own nutritional growth. Even the various extraordinary materials needed for the witchcraft of Avatar require the support of pharmacy. Pharmacy is still very important to Angelette. After sorting out all the thoughts, Angelette also has a clearer plan for his future wizarding path. Able to achieve the most efficient progress. The assessment time is getting closer and closer close corner bracket. Angelette sighed. When the time came to the afternoon, Angelette took her own academy handbook and prepared to rush to the Dark Wizard Academy. When he was about to go out, he found that his wizard's mark suddenly changed. He looked a little surprised. Apart from exchanging information about the wizard's mark with Dr. Crow and the Green Mother Wizard, he had a contact channel. Why is there a new imprint information prompt? Considering the personalities of the Green Mother Wizard and Dr. Crow, there is nothing to do, and they hardly come to send messages to Angelette. This information prompt was displayed in Angelette's mind. It turned out to be a strange imprint message. This made him squint his eyes, and his signature also. No, but he was able to know himself and actively find himself. It took a lot of thought to prove that there must be some purpose. With a thought in Angelette's mind, he immediately understood all the contents of the imprinted information clearly. Suddenly, Angelet's pupils shrank slightly. Then he looked inexplicable again, and a faint smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. It's actually a message that reminds me to be careful of the Zijinhua family, as they may be attacked. And the attack was actually carried out from inside the Bone Wizard Academy, especially during the freshman assessment. Angelet's eyes turned indifferent, thinking about who the owner of this message was. It is extremely rare to be able to know that you are in conflict with the Zijinhua family. Hello Wang Nuo, they are almost members of the Zijinhua family, as well as those two women. He didn't think that those two women could have such kindness to remind him. Probably wishing that he would die under the attack of the Zijinhua family. These days, it's not that Angelet hasn't investigated related situations. Naturally, he also knew some news about the Zijinhua family in the Bone Wizard City. This made him have a very strong killing intent towards those two women. Soon, it's almost the end of 3 months, and the freshman assessment is coming. Those two women didn't have long to live. Angelet sneered inwardly. Angelet can be regarded as a complicated person. It can be said that he is selfish, only thinking about himself and the people he cares about. It can be said that he is greedy, but greed also has a limit, and it is under the control of his own heart. But more, it is full of the most essential cognition of this wizarding world. There is no distinction between right and wrong in all actions in this world, as long as you have the ability to bear all the consequences. Those two women made such a choice and did so. Angelet will not have any emotional changes. There is no resentment or anything. As long as you can bear the consequences of doing so, you will be fine. But obviously, in Angelet's view, these two women couldn't afford it. His expression was indifferent, and he withdrew from the induction subject of the wizard's mark. Holding the college manual, he walked directly outside, amidst the sudden drizzle. The figure became more and more blurred and hazy. This time, the energy course is aimed at Polaris, and he wants to win this very strong extreme wizard apprentice in one fell swoop. What Zijinhua wizard can't do, he can do it. Location: Dark Wizard Academy, Energetics Classroom. Time: 4 p.m. The figures in the classroom are located, and almost all the seats are almost occupied. This made Angelet a little surprised. When I came last time, it seemed that there were not so many students sitting in the classroom. Unless these individuals choose to spend dark points to purchase Polaris courses. Angelet was sitting in a corner, and the eye of truth began to observe the wizard students in the classroom. Soon some summaries of information were drawn from the biography. I see. Polaris is going to hit the realm of official wizards within 100 years, and has already signed a gambling agreement with the Bone Club. It's no wonder that these students will come to the class. Probably also to make a familiar face in front of Polaris. Polaris still has the possibility of advancing, and it's not small. If after the promotion is successful, if you can't guarantee the familiarity of this face, you can use it. In addition, after all, they are extreme wizard apprentices who are about to advance to the promotion stage, so the knowledge and theories about wizards are worthy of their reference. However, if these wizard apprentices were allowed to make an impression in front of Polaris in person, they would probably not dare. After all, Polaris' reputation has never been very good, and his personality is unpredictable. He is almost one of the most difficult people among the extreme wizard apprentices. Especially Polaris, even once did some behaviors that ignored the official wizard's instructions. It's even more awe-inspiring. The death of Wizard Zijinhua brought them a wake-up call. Angelet's expression flickered for a moment, and then a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. For him, this is an opportunity that can be used. At the last 2 seconds before the start of class, a figure pushed the door and entered, with an imposing manner that could not be ignored. In particular, there is a strong sense of presence on his body, which attracts many apprentice wizards present, and they subconsciously focus their attention on it. Angelet stared slightly, staring at a figure with long straight black hair. It's Polaris, she's stronger than ever. Moreover, the hair color has also changed suddenly, directly becoming crystal black. The face is indifferent, but very beautiful, and has a special temperament, cold. In this way, they converge to form a unique charm, which is very attractive. The wizard apprentices present instantly understood why the wizard from the Zijinhua family couldn't help but bother an extreme wizard apprentice. However, good things usually come with dangers. They don't dare to touch it, because they don't have the ability to bear the consequences. Angoulette put the wizard manual on the seat, took out a wool pen, and played with it. Polaris didn't say much, and started talking about today's lesson directly. About the attribute of energetics, it is opposite to the attribute. This surprised Angoulette a little, it definitely surpassed the level of free courses. It is the content that will be described in higher paid courses. It is very inspiring to him, you can listen to the theory in it. The other wizard apprentices also discovered this, and fiery looks appeared in their eyes. This ultimate wizard apprentice is the final king going to tell some private goods. The atmosphere in the classroom became extremely quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Polaris. In the classroom, only the voice of Polaris can be heard. Still indifferent and cold, without any fluctuation of emotion. It was like a ruthless mechanical voice, but this voice was very soft and cute. A unique contrast is formed. Polaris said, as we all know, the level of energetics is very broad, and there are many branches of energetics in it. Let me talk about the most important ones today. First of all, in the wizarding world, there are the most extensive 6 elements, that is, fire element, water element, wind element, earth element, dark element, light element. There is also a special elemental energy, gold element, thunder element, and so on. Under the broadest elemental energy, there are many subdivisions, such as shadow elemental energy, ice energy particles, etc. These are related to the illusion layer. What is the illusory layer? It is attached to the wizard world, the source of the natural energy particles born because of the wizard world. Illusion and reality are the essence of everything. There are many definitions of illusory. For example, the spiritual power of a wizard is illusory power, and the consciousness of mortals and emotions such as emotions and desires are also illusory powers, but illusory power is generally born by relying on reality, AECG. When Polaris said this, he paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about what to say next. During this period, all the wizard apprentices didn't speak much, and even held their breath. Because many of the contents that Polaris is talking about now are very advanced, and they are the levels that only true extreme wizard apprentices will study. Few of the wizards present could understand it. Only Angoulette understood a little bit, and was recording and analyzing with the eyes of truth. I have some inferences about Polaris in my heart. Why do you say such a high level? It is probably one of the practices of the self-wizard path. I heard that to advance to the official wizard level, there are many aspects that must be met. One of them seems to be related to what Polaris is doing now. That is to prove the correctness of one's wizard path, to be able to lead passers-by, and to continue walking along such a city path. This is also the founding meaning of the wizard lineage, and the potion lineage also belongs to this category. It is something that only official wizards are qualified to do. Polaris is trying to carry out the practice of wizards. Angoulette was surprised, never thought Polaris had reached such a point. With a calm expression on his face, he fixed his eyes slightly on Polaris. Such a move is easily noticed by official wizards. But Polaris is not an official wizard after all. Angoulette is somewhat sure that he will not be noticed. Soon, the Eye of Truth analyzed the corresponding information. It is a bit more than the Polaris information obtained before. Thanks to Anglet's strength has become stronger. The Eyes of Truth will see more things. Angoulette had a hunch that when his strength reached the 3rd level of apprentice wizard, maybe the official wizard would not have any secrets and could hide it from his eyes. Target: Polaris. Age: 169. Strength: Ultimate Wizard Apprentice. Biography: during the mortal period, she was a slave girl in a mortal country. After the wizard period, she was a wizard who studied the path of elements. She was good at dark element witchcraft, energy witchcraft, and shadow witchcraft. At this stage, we are preparing resources from all parties, opening up relationships, and being promoted to an official wizard, and we have already achieved preliminary results and grasps. It is estimated that after 60 years, a breakthrough official wizard will be made, but for some reason, there is no official wizard to support it, and in terms of resources, it can only complete the high-level task acquisition of the Bone Club, and the estimated time will be postponed to 100 years later. Angoulette knew that the situation of Polaris was not as glamorous as rumored by the outside world. It also has its own difficulties. The levels are different, so these wizard apprentices in the classroom don't understand it. Polaris paused for about 5 or 6 seconds before continuing with what he just said. Polaris, what is reality? Our current physical body is the power of matter. Matter is the world we see. Everything that builds this world is the power of matter. Time passed slowly, and the voice of Polaris echoed in the ears of many apprentice wizards. They are all immersed in the understanding of these tedious and difficult wizard knowledge. But almost most people can't understand the real meaning of it, instead they only have the most superficial ones in their minds. Obscure is already the simplest description. The real difficulty of these wizards' knowledge is even higher. Angelet's own knowledge of wizards is much higher than that of these apprentice wizards present, and with the help of the Eye of Truth, he realized the truest meaning of what Polaris said. That is, only the simplest 2 words. Illusion and reality. The whole article revolves around it. Angelet has comprehended a lot of content, even some deeper situations behind these 2 words. That is the biggest key to becoming an official wizard. Combination of fantasy and reality. This energy course will eventually come to an end. But the faces of the wizard apprentices present were filled with shock, and even when Polaris had left and pushed open the door of the classroom, they hadn't recovered yet. However, when he saw a figure walking towards the gate quickly, a greater look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Looking at Angelet's back, they all said in surprise, "Who is this wizard apprentice and what does he want to do? Oh my God, you dare to go after Polaris. Is it going to repeat an incident that happened before? This guy is looking for death, he is really daring. With the lessons learned from the wizard of the Zijinhua family, he still doesn't know how powerful it is. I don't think the fate of this wizard apprentice will be very good, it will probably be even worse than that Zijinhua wizard, and he will probably be beaten to death on the spot." A wizard apprentice stared wide-eyed and said in shock, Hey. No, I really hit the mark. This apprentice wizard really stopped in front of the North Star. This is really not afraid of death. Guess, this guy will be beaten half to death by Polaris in a few seconds. There was a wizard apprentice, who got excited and started guessing. I guess 10 seconds. You really think highly of that apprentice wizard. This is the House of Commons. Polaris can do whatever he wants. Even if he kills that apprentice wizard, I don't think it would be a surprise. I think for at most 5 seconds, this apprentice wizard will definitely lie on the ground. A wizard apprentice sighed with admiration. However, being able to be a real man for 5 seconds is considered a super brave existence. Polaris stopped in his footsteps, and explained with a slightly surprised expression that the figure in front of him was actively blocking him. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that it was last time. No. Let this group of wizards in the lower house have some deep memories. So let's make a deeper memory this time. Polaris's beautiful face was full of coldness, and he said indifferently, I'll give you a chance to tell me a reason that satisfies me. Angelet felt the aura of an apex predator locking on its prey. Polaris exuded a terrible sense of oppression, directly pressing on him. If it is an ordinary wizard apprentice, the heart that has already been oppressed is terrified and fearful. Angelet looked calm and breezy, not even the slightest movement in her body. Just look at Polaris with the eyes of probing desire. Then he said slowly, Senior Polaris, I want to know more about the meaning of illusion and reality, as well as the connection between the two. Or, the combination of fantasy and reality, what will happen to that result? Polaris' pupils contracted slightly, and the aura on his body subconsciously retreated. And Angelet showed a faint smile. A disciple of the Green Mother Wizard, a student of the lower school, Angelet, I hope to get to know Senior Polaris. Polaris froze for a moment. Originally, he was surprised that the student in front of him actually understood what she said, and even thought about the stage she was studying later. Now, her indifferent expression melted like an iceberg, revealing a smile. Interesting, I haven't seen such an interesting person in the House of Commons for a long time. The sentence Angelet said revealed a lot of things. First of all, the Green Mother Wizard was revealed, such an official wizard came out. The second is the status of the disciple of the Green Mother Wizard. The address is also a senior, not a teacher. Shows that Angelet places herself in the same class as Polaris. Despite Angelet's strength, he has not yet reached the point of entering the House of Lords. But the status of a formal wizard disciple is enough. Especially the line of medicine, which has a shortcoming that Polaris lacks. That is wizard resources, about the acquisition of potions. Angelet signed a wizard's contract with the Green Mother Wizard. Taking advantage of the influence of the potion, Angelet didn't have any pressure in his heart. This is his advantage. Make the most of everything. Polaris has been able to get to where it is now, and it is also able to understand the meaning. This is what it means to collaborate. And the other wizard apprentices who were watching Angelet's behavior and waiting for Angelet to be shot to death by Polaris, their eyes widened at this moment, watching the scene in disbelief. Especially at the moment when Polaris smiled, his heart fluctuated like a landslide. This. How is this possible? This is the North Star. Unexpectedly, he didn't directly kill the apprentice wizard, but still had a normal conversation with the apprentice wizard. It's just unbelievable. The last sorcerer apprentice who went to stop Polaris in this way, the grass grew taller on the grave. And a member of a wizarding family. But here, that's the difference. They don't understand, very much don't understand. Most importantly, they actually saw Polaris smiling at that wizard apprentice. It's Polaris, the extreme wizard apprentice, smiling at a student in the House of Commons. If this scene is placed in the upper house of the Dark Wizard Academy, there are not a few people who feel incredible. Everyone knows the character of Polaris, tough, distinctive, vigorous and resolute, and so on. But I have never heard of Polaris laughing at anyone. How the hell did it work? That freshman, what did he say to Polaris? A wizard apprentice said incomprehensibly, his eyes widened, full of shock. This is Polaris. I can only say a word of admiration, this guy is definitely not simple. A wizard who can make Polaris smile is certainly not easy. This is something that all the wizard apprentices present know. Suddenly, some wizard apprentices seemed to have some impression of Angelet. He opened his mouth and said, "This apprentice wizard, isn't he the one who was too courageous last time to talk to Dr. Crow? Kind of intimate." A wizard apprentice said, "No way, it's actually a freshman, is every freshman so brave? Could it be that we were too reserved before, and we need to be more courageous? The teachers of these basic courses are actually not so good for nothing." A wizard apprentice told him the cruel truth directly. After this, freshman went to chat with Dr. Crow and had a good time. Several wizard apprentices who also wanted to follow suit went to find other basic class teachers. Guess what the result is? The voice of this wizard apprentice attracted the surrounding wizard apprentices. In the end, without exception, all of them were beaten to death by those basic class teachers. In the end, there was no one to save the lonely and cold dead on the ground of the Dark Wizard Academy. Hearing this, the people around immediately gasped. Sure enough, this is the reality of the White Bone Club. What the freshman in front of him did was just a special case. He had his own method, and he was able to talk to those basic class teachers. The onlookers, apprentice wizards, gradually understood. But the shock in my heart is still indispensable. It is estimated that in the near future, some rumors about this new student will spread throughout the lower house of the Dark Wizard Academy. With a pair of deep brown eyes, Polaris looked at the young man whose skin looked a little pale because he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time. But he was also thinking about something in his heart. She has also heard the news that the Green Mother Wizard created the medicine lineage. But I can't get along with her at all. The Green Mother Wizard usually doesn't have any communication with her. It should be said that the Green Mother Wizard herself has no idea of signing a wizard contract with the Extreme Wizard Apprentice. What she seems to want is not a combat wizard, but an auxiliary wizard who can develop her own pharmacy. This is not the same as her positioning. This wizard apprentice named Angelet is indeed a disciple of the Green Mother Wizard. There must be a reason for finding me, and there is an appeal for interests. Angelet took the initiative to guide the topic and said, "Senior Polaris, I don't know if we can have a different place to discuss. This time we have an exact cooperation. About me paying for potion resources, and Polaris Senior giving some knowledge resources I need." Polaris narrowed his eyes and looked at Angelet in surprise. It seems that I didn't expect Angelet's needs to be this. She originally thought that it was the need for some combat power, some protection from her, fighting and so on. It seems that this disciple of the Green Mother Wizard has a lot of ambitions. The corners of Polaris' mouth slowly curled up. Also, with the protection of the Green Mother Wizard, no wizard would risk offending the medicine lineage to deal with the disciples of the Green Mother Wizard. As for the cooperation matter proposed by Angelet, I have to say that it really interested her a little bit. Can, Polaris said coldly. Angelet raised one hand to signal, expressing his gentlemanly demeanor. Then he took the initiative to go in the direction outside the Dark Wizard Academy. Polaris followed unhurriedly, and this scene made many wizard apprentices, who were paying attention to it openly and secretly, be blown away. No way, my goodness, Polaris actually left with that wizard apprentice, followed that freshman. Yes, I saw it, I think this world is a bit unreal. I feel a little sorry for the Zijinhua wizard who was slapped to death by Polaris. Yeah, I feel the same, mourning in silence. This new student is a bit scary. Location: outside the Dark Wizard Academy, Business District, Night Wizard Tavern. Time: 8 p.m. The Night Wizard Tavern, with its unique style of architecture and decoration, can be regarded as the favorite tavern for the wizards of the Bone Society Academy. One is the quiet atmosphere, and the other is that the drinks here are good for the body. There are even rumors that the drinks in the Night Wizard Tavern can improve spiritual power. Of course, no one took this news seriously, but it also made the business of the Night Wizard Tavern better and better. There is a special drink delivery today, love-flavored small fruit wine, limited to 10 servings, only 3 servings left today. The waiter in the tavern, wearing a black uniform, was carrying a plate with various wine glasses. Walking on the aisle, went to various private rooms or halls, and served drinks. Judging from the breath, these waiters are also wizard apprentices. And he is still a student wizard in the Dark Wizard Academy. In fact, being able to carry out wizard work in such a place is rare. There are very few chances to encounter it. Not only is it safe, but it can also be exempted from mandatory tasks, and there is also a magic stone reward every month. Although there is no dark spot, it is a defect. But for some wizard apprentices who don't like fighting and introverted, it is a perfect place to go. The service wizard at the door looked at the 2 figures who pushed open the curtain and said softly, "Welcome to customers, please go to the counter to choose the mode of lobby or room." However, before he could finish his words about serving the wizard, he looked at the 2 figures who walked in shock. To be precise, looking at the Polaris behind Angelet. Angelet said with a normal expression, "Please take us to the room, and as for the drinks, choose the drinks displayed on the light sign on the counter." What Angelet was talking about was little fruit wine with the flavor of love, but he didn't pay attention to what kind of wine it was. This is his first time walking around in the business district, usually in the free zone. It was convenient to talk about cooperation matters, so I chose this tavern casually. The service wizard forcibly suppressed the violent fluctuations in his heart, and said in a trembling voice, "Okay, 2 servings of love-flavored fruit wine, please come with me, 2 guests, M." She also took Polaris's course, so she recognized Polaris' identity. It's just unbelievable. To be able to see Mr. Polaris here, he came with an unknown wizard apprentice. What he was wearing was still the uniform of the Dark Wizard lower house. If she came with a few other teachers, she could even understand it. Polaris followed with a blank expression, and had no idea what kind of wine it was. Her daily life is usually experiments, rest, going out for missions, and attending classes. These 4 things are all. In a way, Polaris and Angelet are the same kind of people. The service wizard took a peek at Polaris from the corner of his eye. Under the warm light, his beautiful and cool face became a little more rosy. It's really Mr. Polaris, not fake. The heart of serving the wizard can no longer be peaceful. Instead, he looked at Angelet with admiration. Angelet frowned, and glanced at the serving wizard indifferently. Is it his illusion? Why does he feel that this service wizard is a bit weird? Inside the room, the small table and chairs where the 2 sat opposite each other, and some potted extraordinary plants were placed beside them. The only function of this extraordinary plant is to release a fragrance that can make life relaxed and happy. Warm lights radiate from the colored stones reflected on the ceiling. The solid color wizard robes on Angelet and Polaris reflected several different colors. On the table, there were 2 cups of little fruit wine with the flavor of love. On the wine glass, there are various rose petals to match, and the part of the branch is wrapped around to hold the wine glass. Both of them had calm faces, and their eyes were extremely indifferent. He turned a blind eye to the various environmental effects of this room. But when 2 glasses of love-flavored liquor, rose adorned, and each others began to shine and attract, and began to produce a unique occasional sound. Flowers and wine. I and you, love and poetry. For a while, the atmosphere developed in a strange direction. Polaris held down the wine glass that was moving towards Angelette due to the activation of the extraordinary characteristics. His expression seemed a little inexplicable. Obviously he was very uncomfortable with this place he had never been to before. Angelette lifted his glass with a calm expression, and took a sip of the wine. Polaris finally spoke first. Tell me, what are your goals and ideas? Angelette said. I want to get the research data of dark element energy, shadow energy, and witchcraft runes, etc., Senior Polaris. Polaris' pupils contracted, his aura became fierce, and he looked at Angelette coldly. You are a lion. Angelette smiled slightly and said. In addition, I need you, Senior, to open up some of your own channels to me. I want to obtain the follow-up level of the dark tides meditation method, as well as research data on the properties of energy particles. Polaris even dilated his pupils at this moment, and said with an exasperated smile, interesting, really interesting. What you want now is most of my hard work and experimental research data, and you can come up with it what can be exchanged for these. Wizards believe in equivalent exchange. I think you should understand this concept. Angelette continued. Polaris seniors need medicine after they become seniors, and help within their ability. Polaris' mood remained calm, unaffected by Angelette's words. Instead, it is a comparison, the part of the benefits that you can get between coming and going. This is the purest wizard, unmoved by any external objects. After Polaris thought about it, if the other party could really do what he said, then she is indeed not at a loss. Because what the other party mentioned is only the data content of his own research, and the preciousness is for people other than her. Her purpose is to be promoted to a full-time wizard, and it is worthwhile to obtain some precious potion resources that can assist breakthroughs. Because she is hard to get. But, your so-called cooperation, after all, must be based on the situation that our 2 parties are equal, but I don't think that you have the same qualifications as me. Polaris sneered and said, even if you are a disciple of the Green Mother Wizard, you are still a student of the lower house, a low-level wizard apprentice, and a young freshman who has not entered the Dark Wizard Academy for 3 months. What ability do you have to do everything you say? In my opinion, your promises are just illusory things, and I think you should understand how much the things I give can help you. Quote. Polaris' eyes were extremely deep, as if he had seen through Angelette. You have great ambitions, not only to take pharmacy, but also to take the path of an elemental wizard. Your meditation method is dark tides, so your elemental affinity must have dark elements or water elements. I am a dark element, and you want my research data, which shows that you are also friendly to dark elements. With my help, at least you will not have any difficulties or bottlenecks before you are promoted to an official wizard. Really good choose. Angelette still looked very calm, although Polaris' guess was completely correct. However, Angelette knew that he had succeeded in convincing the other party. Otherwise, the other party would not have said such a thing. Angelette's fingers touched the wizard's ring. Then an ancient parchment scroll, and a liquid glass bottle blooming with brilliance like stars, appeared in Angelette's hands. Polaris' complexion suddenly changed. His eyes were also full of inexplicable color, staring at Angelette firmly. I think these 2 things should satisfy Senior Polaris. There was a faint smile on Angelette's face. Angelette saw all the changes in Polaris' expression. And all of this was within his expectations. The potion that exudes the light of star particles is one of Angelette's remaining 4 star potions. As for the parchment, it recorded the formula of the Blooming Miracle potion. All the relevant content above has been engraved into Angelette's mind memory. Angelette believed that no one could refuse the Star Potion, an ancient wizard potion that could give birth to a wizard's physique. Although if you don't make up 10 copies, you can't achieve the birth of a wizard physique. But the Star Potion itself has the effect of improving a lot of physical fitness and part of the mental power, and there are almost no side effects. The only side effect is the severe pain that needs to be endured after the physical body has been changed. For wizards, this pain is hardly a side effect. As for the Blooming Miracle potion formula. If the finished product is refined, it can increase a lot of spiritual power and essence. But currently Angelet is unable to achieve the attainment of refining. This is equivalent to a pie drawn by Angelet, and the star potion is the bait. Looking at the pie, of course you will be eager to look forward to it. The role of bait is to lay out the possibility that this pie can be realized in advance. This is Angelet's conspiracy. It depends on whether Polaris is willing to take this bait. Some conditions that Angelet can make have already been put forward. As for the help within one's ability, there are some flexible choices. If Polaris still has value, Angelet will of course do what he can to help. 523. If it exceeds the value it has, Angelet will not help. This is the cruelest reality in the wizarding world. In the room, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Under the warm light, Polaris looks very complicated. Of course, her eyesight is not comparable to that of ordinary wizard apprentices. She can tell how much gold is contained in the wizard potion that the Green Mother wizard disciple in front of her has taken out. And this wizard potion, which was as bright as a star, brought her an unparalleled longing. Just looking at it, I want to swallow the desire in my belly. There must be a lot of benefits for myself. To be honest, she already has some troubles and hidden dangers now. That is, the physical body is too weak, and the energy particles of oneself are too strong. A weak body is no longer able to bear the special attribute energy particles of such mass and capacity. I have been looking for ways to increase the strength of my physical body. Among them, wizard potions are naturally included. However, almost all wizard medicines that can be obtained are held in their hands, and they have been taken to the point where they have developed drug resistance and can no longer produce the slightest effect. Although it is indeed effective, but as her research on the path of a wizard progresses to a later stage, the research on the strength of special energy particles has also reached a new level. The increase in strength is very large, and the physical body is her biggest shortcoming in comparison. Unable to support the use and carrying of energy particles, more methods are needed to improve the physical body. Polaris narrowed his eyes, and his heart was already a little moved. Of course, it's purely because of this wizard potion that exudes starlight. Maybe it can solve her current predicament. The parchment has yet to be perceived and understood. But she hesitated a little, because what Angelet has shown so far is still not enough. It's not enough to pay for the elemental wizard data she has spent almost her entire life researching. Because this is almost a wizarding inheritance, which can go straight to the ultimate wizarding apprentice without any pressure. Even the content of these wizards' knowledge can be reproduced for Polaris. But it's not that cheap either. Angelet's strength is still too low, far inferior to Polaris. Even if there is an influence behind the Green Mother wizard, but the level itself is too low, and I don't know how much time it will take to grow up. As a freshman who has only entered the Wizard Academy for more than 2 months, she doesn't think the level of potion can be so high. The Green Mother wizard's fancy is probably because of her potion talent. But the level of medicine needs time to hone. Talent alone is not enough, and Polaris still understands this. Polaris' expression gradually became indifferent, and he said indifferently, "Sorry, Angelet, everything you have shown is not enough to support our cooperation." But Polaris did not completely offend Angelet. After all, he is a disciple of the Green Mother wizard, and has ample potential. Polaris believes that an official wizard will not choose disciples easily. It is chosen in the House of Commons. And she still has some thoughts of wanting to exchange other things for the star potion in Angelet's hand. Listening to Polaris answer choices, Angelet just smiled lightly. "Senior Polaris, it's okay if we can't cooperate, we can only look forward to our next cooperation." Angelet didn't feel depressed. It's nothing more than the other party's choice. He will also give respect. Big deal, spend some money, go to the Green Mother wizard, and get wizard meditation. The recipe for blooming miracles is enough to obtain all the content of the follow-up, Dark Tides, meditation method. The Green Mother wizard will pay the price to help Angelet plan. But the main reason is that Angelet tried his best, and didn't want to ask the Green Mother wizard for things he could accomplish. With the power of the Green Mother wizard, the class of the opponent is a formal wizard, which is completely different from a wizard apprentice. The price paid, even at some point, is greater than the price paid to Polaris. And Angelet didn't want to. she was always the disciple of the Green Mother Wizard in the impression of others. He has his own wizarding path, and he will not follow anyone's wizarding path. Even if that person is an official wizard. Even the data of Polaris Wizard Road experiment, etc., are all for Angelet to learn by analogy. Every wizard has his own path, and only the path he chooses to walk out can resist the end of truth. Just when Angelet was about to put away the star potion on the table and the parchment that recorded the formula of the blooming miracle potion, a pair of hands full of all kinds of damage and calluses caused by energy particle experiments have been pressed on the sheepskin roll. Angelet looked up, and met Polaris's brown eyes, which were moved to a certain extent. "Senior Polaris, you are." Polaris suddenly smiled, very nicely. This is the melting of the iceberg again. She realized that she was a little petite about the disciple of the Green Mother Wizard. It's no wonder that the Green Mother Wizard chose this new student as a disciple. Indeed, it has unique characteristics that no one else can have. "You are very interesting. I have to admit, I am a bit pretentious. How can my vision compare to that of an official wizard? Since the Green Mother Wizard is willing to invest in you, I'll take a bet." "Your request, I agree." Polaris' voice is undeniably tough. Angelet, on the other hand, showed a very flat smile. "So happy to cooperate, Senior Polaris." With the signing of the wizard's contract, the blood at the fingertips of the two people was embellished. Angelet and Polaris officially reached a cooperation. Angelet will gain a lot of knowledge such as the data of the wizard experiment of Polaris, as well as the follow-up level of the Dark Tides meditation method. And Angelet will also help Polaris to the extent possible. Moreover, support is being provided on the medicine map resources. In the next energy class, Polaris will bring the corresponding experimental data to Angelet. Walking on the streets of the commercial district, the two separated at a fork in the street. Polaris was walking back to the upper house, his eyes became extremely deep. A freshman can make the Green Mother Wizard so fancy. He also took so many precious medicines and many medicine formulas to him. This is a very unusual thing. Polaris already thought that the things Angelet took out were gifts from the Green Mother Wizard. She didn't look at the medicine formula either, because she couldn't understand it. Only the path of an elemental wizard is her own. Being able to go from a daughter of slaves to the present is already everything she can do. As you can imagine, it's difficult. Think of some things in the tavern. Polaris smiled self-deprecatingly. In terms of vision, it is natural that the formal teacher is much better than myself. Even the Green Mother Wizard made such a choice, so why would I not choose to cooperate and invest? Although the opponent's strength is still too low, if he can rely on the opponent to obtain the resources he wants, or if he has a chance to get some connections with the Green Mother Wizard, it is also possible. It is also an investment in itself. Polaris gradually felt some strenuous effort, and the path of a wizard could not only be sustained by being stubborn. In the process of preparing to be promoted to an official wizard, she felt the result. Some lubrication is still needed, even if it is a network of relationships established through interests. The high ones won't establish a network of interests with her, and the low ones don't like her. This is also her first choice to change. Location: Free Zone, Mountain Area 22, Wizard Residence. Time: 10 o'clock in the evening. Inside the lounge. Angelet hung the wet clothes on the hanger due to the sudden heavy rain on the way home. He sat on the desk chair and rubbed his eyebrows wearily. It is naturally not so easy to stay with the extreme wizard apprentice and have a conversation. It took him a lot of effort, but the current result is good. Regarding the two major affinities of the path of elemental wizards, and the dark element affinities, preparations have been completed. At least, there is nothing to worry about for the time being before advancing to the ultimate wizard apprentice. But I have to hurry up and improve the level of medicine. Achieved as soon as possible, the completion of advanced pharmacy knowledge, and the ability to refine intermediate pharmacies. Only in this way can Angelet's own consumption be supported. It really consumes resources and mana everywhere. Fortunately, they handled the Polaris perfectly, which relieved Angelet of a lot of pressure. At least, Polaris will not need some low-level potions, reducing Angelet's time consumption. The most important estimate is that after Angelet's follow-up level of medicine is improved, it can be refined as a medium medicine or a high-level medicine. Gently stroke the wizard ring on his hand. With a flash of light, 3-star potions have appeared on the table. As for how to deal with Polaris feeling that he was being deceived, he used the remaining 3-star potions as a response. It shouldn't be too much for a single-star potion to last for a month, right? The corners of Angelet's mouth curled up slowly. After all, the problem of the physical body is now the most important problem that Polaris should solve. Star potion can solve the opponent's urgent needs very well. 0.0. Angelet will also follow the requirements of the wizard's contract. Of course, it will be possible to achieve it only after Angelet's medicine level is improved. Angelet shook her underwear, and took off the phalanx of Reina's neck. Gently stroked the rough feeling on the finger bones. I can feel the weakness of my sister's soul, and even the phantom of her soul can no longer emerge. Lena, don't worry, it will be fine in 2 days. I have found a channel to obtain soul-nourishing items, and you will have a way to recover. Angelet said softly, and that day was also the time when Jobs handed over many poisonous extraordinary creatures to himself. Angelet is looking for the channel of Jobs to obtain items that nourish the soul. It is impossible for him to expose some of his information in the White Bone Society. In comparison, in the free zone, there is still a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and it is even more difficult to investigate the details of Angelet's information. Under the heavy rain that suddenly fell outside the window, the light seemed a little dazed and dim. And Angelet's figure is always sitting on the desk, writing the inspiration and follow-up of his wizard path. And thanks to Polaris, what was said in class today? Soon, it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Angelet stretched out, following the crackling of bones. With a thought, proceed to today's random check-in. Suddenly, a familiar light appeared in front of Angelet's eyes. A blue light flashed in front of Angelet instantly. Reminder: randomly sign in today, get a reward, wizard storage bag. Quality: blue. Content: the special storage bag used to store living extraordinary creatures has a certain amount of sufficient space inside, which can support the minimum survival of extraordinary creatures, but there is no space sealing effect, and it cannot store living humans and wizards. A small pure black bag appeared in Angelet's hand. It looked ordinary, but he knew the power of this bag. In the library of the Bone Club, there is a special exchange channel, which can be exchanged for these items with dark points, and the special storage bag needs 200 dark points to be exchanged. Generally speaking, this reward is quite good for Angelet. It just happened to be convenient for him to go to the outskirts of the free zone to receive the transportation of those toxic extraordinary creatures. After all, there are a huge number of poisonous extraordinary creatures alive, and the meat itself is the freshest. As for the inability to store living humans in the content, that's because the wizard technical support of the special containment bag itself can only reach this point. It is far inferior to the wizard's ring, which is a space storage device that even official wizards still use. Ordinary humans and low-level wizards do not have the powerful vitality of extraordinary creatures. Once they are put into special storage bags, they will die due to the high pressure of space. And powerful wizards themselves carry high radiation energy particle fluctuations, which will affect the special containment bag itself. If it is really possible to store living humans, then the price is far from 200 dusk points, which can be exchanged. Hint: the Eye of Truth's analysis of the heart of nature, witchcraft is completed, and the corresponding wizard knowledge has been transferred to the memory area of the host's brain. Angelet walked straight into the testing ground. The Eye of Truth has already completed the analysis of the heart of nature, witchcraft given by the Green Mother Sorcerer. Angelet is here to try to comprehend and use the heart of nature. Soon, a large amount of wizard knowledge was learned by Angelet, and he began to understand. One after another pictures are presented in Angelet's pupil mapping. What is the heart of nature? A figure very familiar to Angelet appeared in an open space full of trees and flowers. It's the Green Mother Wizard. At this moment, the Green Mother Wizard has an extremely peaceful expression. Her pupils are also full of green lines, and there is a special temperament surrounding her, as if she has fallen into a special state to be a minister. There was a breeze blowing in, making the surrounding flowers and trees shuffle. And the Green Mother Wizard closed her eyes, as if she was listening with her ears and feeling with her skin. Feel the wind of nature and listen to the sound of all things. The green light visible to the naked eye radiated from the body of the Green Mother Wizard, and finally caused many flowers, plants and trees to compete to reflect each other. It seemed that these plants came alive, and the heart and body of the Green Mother Wizard trembled slightly. She heard the sound of all things in nature, and she can perceive more subtleties that are usually undetectable. It is even more able to detect everything that happened here, as long as it has left traces. This is the heart of nature. The ultimate perception ability makes the mental power fall into the super-frequency stage, and establishes an affinity with the plants. As long as there are plants in the existence of this witchcraft, you can see anything you want to see. The time period for viewing the pictures of the past period depends on the user's own strength, as well as the consumed mental power and energy particles to judge. Angelette gradually understood all kinds of wizard knowledge in her heart, learned more, and saw more. Obviously, Angelette has become one of the few who can understand the existence of this witchcraft, as the Green Mother Wizard once said. Even some official wizards may not be able to understand the meaning of this. It is also to perceive nature, experience nature, and become nature. Nature is also able to see all that nature sees. In the test field, Angelette's pupils trembled slightly, and he broke away from the state presented on the screen. And if you look closely at its pupils, you can clearly find that there is a slight green fluorescence, forming special lines, engraved in the pupils. This is the hallmark of nature heart witchcraft. This auxiliary witchcraft is very special. As long as you understand it, you can use it naturally. If you can't understand clearly, you can't use any method, you can't use it. At least Angelette now has a deep feeling, as if as long as he gathers his mind, he can enter the state of the heart of nature. You can hear the sounds of those natural plants and see the pictures that have passed by. It's really a powerful witchcraft, which is equivalent to an alternative time regression witchcraft. Angelette said in amazement. As for witchcraft related to time, only high-level wizards will have relevant research. However, Angelette still needs to test the specific performance of this heart of nature witchcraft. Calculate the relevant consumption data to add to the battle plan. At that time, it will be possible to reasonably allocate mental power and energy particle consumption. Angelette snapped his fingers, and soon, in the test space of the proving ground, the puppet targets that had been standing there automatically sank into the ground and opened a road leading to the forest in the mountain area. Angelette followed the location directly, into the location covered by the forest of trees. It has to be said that the flowers, plants and trees in the place where the wizards are entrenched grow very exaggeratedly. After all, there is the energy of the earth veins, as well as the active entanglement of the natural energy particles of the heaven and the earth. It feels different. Angelette's pupils contracted slightly, and after realizing it, he seemed to have a subtle sense of these plants. He grasped this feeling, and soon, the same scene as the Green Mother Wizard happened. Green shimmering particles emanated from his body, and green lines appeared in his pupils. From Angelette's perspective, what he sees is the surrounding plants, without his own existence. In an instant, he understood that this was the past of this place. The eye of truth started to analyze, and in addition to the green patterned light, there was also a pale golden data flow light in the pupil. Immediately, the analysis of various data began. And Angelette also began to increase the output of his energy particles and mental power. Soon, the picture presented in his perspective began to flow backwards towards the past. Night, day, and back and forth. These flowers and trees are also growing and withering, and only the old trees can support them for a long time. There are also wild animals in the mountainous area from time to time, passing by here, haunting. While this state continued, Angelette's own consumption gradually increased. And it's growing exponentially. Soon, Angelette felt his own fatigue. It stopped the state of the heart of nature in time. All the backflow images in the perspective turned into nothingness, and gradually returned to the current perspective world. Target: Heart of Nature Witchcraft. Details: Alternative time retrospective. You can see the pictures of the past and what happened in the past. Supplement: Consume energy particles in 10 directions, and you can go back one day. As the sky speed increases, the consumption will increase exponentially. The current suitable number of backtracking days is 7 days 1. A satisfied look appeared on Angelette's face, which was equivalent to an extra 7-day investigation witchcraft. The convenience effect brought by this will be unparalleled. At least, in terms of detection, Anglet's shortcomings are gone. The flow of people in the free area is unmatched by the commercial area. There are not only free wizards expelled from the Dark Wizard Academy, but they are entrenched here, and even formed branches of wizards, large and small. There are also wizards from outside, wizards in the wild, and undercover agents sent by other wizard forces, spies, etc. These are the acquiescence of the White Bone Society, and there is no guarding or anything. As long as you don't enter the inner range of the free zone, what happens is that the students of the Wizarding Academy are killed. The Begu Society will not take any action, once there is a big cleansing. At the very least, the small wizarding forces outside the free zone must be cleaned up. Therefore, these small wizarding forces, on the contrary, are maintaining order by coincidence. As for the trade of commercial items, the interweaving of interests includes the surrounding Bone Wizard City and Dark Wizard City. When Angelet was walking on the streets of the free zone, he could even see a lot of Academy wizards entering and exiting many shops on the streets of the free zone. Generally speaking, there are almost no pharmacy shops, but there are still 1 or 2 alchemy shops. It also affirmed Angelet's inner thoughts. Angelet's eyes narrowed as he entered the street leading into the wizard's camp. He sensed something was wrong, someone was watching him. But the concealment method is very good, Angelet didn't notice the specific gaze. But there is no need to feel the feeling in the dark. After giving birth to the wizard physique, Angelet has the ability to sense whim. So very determined, someone is staring at me. Angelet thought of a message from a wizard that reminded him of the danger. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he walked straight into the streets of the number 2 wizard camp. At this moment, at the entrance and exit of the street in the number 2 wizard camp, 2 figures who seemed to be looking at many shops on the street came together inadvertently. And in an instant, they talked about the information they had with each other. That person should be the target we are looking for. He was referring to Angelet, who just entered the street of No. 2 camp. That's right, the Zijinhua family paid a lot of money, and even had some wizard potion resources, just to kill a little newborn, really rich and powerful. But it's cheaper. Our blood hunting team, orders such as wizard potions, we have to take no matter what. Another person thought about it and said, in order not to startle the snake, let's investigate the route of this young boy first, to see if there is anything special about it. They have been hunting and killing for a long time, and there is almost no trace of mistakes. And almost all of them were hunted and killed in the outer range of the free zone, so they didn't trigger the White Bone Club. Rule: develop the blood hunting team to 5 people at a relatively fast speed. 5 second-level wizard apprentices, plus a wealth of experience, and a cautious character. This level of strength is also very terrifying in the free zone. They don't think they are weaker than the top 5 small wizarding forces. Soon, with some means, they captured Angelet's breath. With this method, we can monitor where Angelet goes at any time. And the other blood hunting members are also deploying. If there is a suitable opportunity today, they will kill Angelet without hesitation. That baby has already left the lively area outside the free zone, and walked directly out of the street of the number 2 wizard camp. It seems that he is going to the number 2 wizard camp. It's a great opportunity. 5 figures met in an alleyway. They were all hidden in the darkness, and they were also wearing the same clothes. The whole body is black, but it is like ink staining the body, making people unable to detect the breath, which is convenient for hiding and assassination. Only the part of the eyes has the bloody light that shines from time to time. The blood hunting team, Captain Nolan, squinted his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. He always felt that things were going a little too smoothly. A team member said with a sneer, "Of course it's a good opportunity. A small freshman doesn't even know if he can pass the freshman assessment. Now he dares to come out alone and live a life. Let us take this task." The other members nodded in agreement. I feel that the task this time is not difficult at all. It's just because the Zijinhua family is a little nervous because of the death of 1 or 2 wizards. Nolan thought about it for a while, and felt that it was the same reason, so he agreed to start the hunting plan for Angelet immediately. Nolan said in a hoarse voice, "There is a large distance between the streets of Camp Number 2 and Wizard Camp Number 2. There is a dense forest area that needs to be passed. We can go there. Make an ambush." The blood hunting squad reached a consensus with each other and prepared to intercept and kill there. At the same time, on the other side. Location: Upper House of Dark Wizard Academy, Wizard Residence Area. In the laboratory, Longbottom is conducting his own wizard experiments, and has achieved a certain amount of results. Under the white incandescent light, there was a happy smile on his face. His wizarding path is a bloodline wizard. The chosen extraordinary blood is a second-level extraordinary creature, the cave dragon. This can be called the existence of the overlord on the ground. Inside the culture base in front of him was a huge mass of khaki yellow flesh, full of astonishing activity. Longbottom said to himself, "Soon, when I cultivate the core embryo of the burrow dragon, I can fuse it to form the core point of the bloodline, and my strength will also reach the level of an extreme wizard apprentice in one fell swoop. Polaris, just wait, sooner or later I will defeat you and make you kneel in front of my brother's corpse." Longbottom closed the hatch of the culture base and walked out of the laboratory. Because some uninvited guests have arrived. Inside the hall of the wizard's residence, Longbottom met another wizard member of the Zijinhua family, who was a third-level wizard apprentice with him. "Belia, what are you doing here? Do you have anything to do?" Longbottom's expression was very indifferent, but he didn't have much affection for this frivolous-looking man in front of him. To be honest, he looked down on such a person. Even Cheng, who is also from the Zijinhua family, is also a third-level wizard apprentice. In terms of the character of the other party, it is doomed that it is impossible to become friends. Buria said with a smile, "Longbottom, why are you so out of touch? We are all from the same family." "No, the old patriarch is very upset that you didn't participate in the clan meeting. Let me take a look at your situation. After all, you are a family member, so don't have any conflicts." Longbottom gave him a cold look, and said with a sneer, "Then you are too worried. After all, I have the name Zijinhua, how could there be any conflicts? If you have nothing to do, just leave first. I still have something." Buria said with a smile, "Okay. I'll go now, but there is one more thing to tell you. The old patriarch has promised me that he will use his connections. The only condition is to kill a few little new students. Tisk tisk tisk, this is the first time I feel that this opportunity is so easy to get. You can work hard, don't be overtaken by me too far." These words with a hidden knife in his smile made Longbottom's expression a little gloomy, and he felt very disgusted in his heart. After watching Buria's figure disappear, Longbottom slapped the entire table into pieces. Originally, Huck Zijinhua promised to let all Zijinhua wizards compete together for this networking opportunity. Whoever first reaches the stage of a wizard apprentice who breaks through the limit, those connections can be used. Now, it has been directly given to Buria in advance. There was deep disappointment in Longbottom's eyes, even some resentment. Regarding the three names of Zijinhua, he also hesitated. The sky was getting darker day by day. The light couldn't reflect in the dense forest, but could only shine on Angelet, pulling out a distorted shadow. Even this shadow, under Angelet's walking, is constantly changing its shape. At the foot is a specially fixed dirt path, but there are also some cobblestones mixed in, which can form a relatively hard and wide road that is easy to walk. Angelet's expression was extremely indifferent, as if he had noticed something. A faint smile appeared on his face. His eyes also became a little weird. The surrounding atmosphere has changed, and the atmosphere has also changed most obviously, and even some murderous aura began to emerge. "Are you coming?" Because of the shadows of the surrounding trees, something suddenly appeared, and the shadows seemed to be deliberately approaching Angelet's body. If it is an ordinary person, they may not be aware of it. It is just that the sun's light in the sky has changed direction, causing the shadow to change accordingly. Because nothing strange happened, and the surroundings were very calm, even the bird creatures on the treetops existed, and they were chirping. Everything is so natural and harmonious. The 5 members of the blood hunting team used special witchcraft to hide in the shadows. They were still vigilant at first, and followed Angelet to observe for a while. In the end, it was found that Angelet did not produce any abnormalities, nor did they emit any fluctuations that made them feel dangerous. Immediately, the confidence in my heart increased a bit. Now, he no longer had any patience, and was ready to shoot directly to kill Angelet. Get this awesome reward. Chi. Those transformed shadows had already touched Angelet's shadow. At this moment, 5 figures appeared at the same time, emerging from the shadows. The whole body is pitch black, only a pair of eyes are filled with bloody red light. This is the origin of the blood hunt. It also means that once you make a move, you will succeed, seeing blood. Without any reservations, once the blood hunting team makes a move, it will use the empty calendar. 3 of the members directly used special shadow witchcraft to crucify Angelet's shadow, which could restrain Angelet's actions. The other 2 members took out a dagger propelled by venom and stabbed Angelet's throat and neck, preparing to cut off this valuable head. The remaining one is blood hunter Captain Nolan, who is always preparing a group to escape from witchcraft, and will evacuate when this planned mission fails. It can be said to be very well prepared. The back road is also very clear. This is the biggest reason why the blood hunting team can always be active without any problems. Sly enough. Backquote, it seems that my life is really valuable, it is actually a blood hunt. An icy voice without any emotion flowed out from the mouth of the figure that had been firmly controlled. Regarding the current situation, Angelet's excellent expression still hasn't changed at all. The calmness is a bit too much. It was so strange that Nolan sensed something was wrong. People who are about to die should always have emotional flow instead of no reaction. He yelled, "Retreat, there is an abnormality." At the same time, the witchcraft prepared in hand was also used at this moment. But Angelet gave a weird smile, which made Nolan's uneasiness even more serious. Chi accounted for. The sound of melting ice and snow suddenly sounded, and Angelet's body also underwent a strange change. The environment of the entire venue has also undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. This is the 3rd time I've chosen a place for a grave. This place is also suitable for digging and burying people. What do you think? The indifferent and murderous voice immediately reverberated. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, the form has been reversed. It's not that Angelet doesn't know anything about the periphery of the free zone in the Underdark. He still knows about some relatively powerful and very conspicuous minor wizarding forces, such as the Jagged Brotherhood, Logan Health, etc. Blood Hunter, a small wizard faction who makes a living by accepting hunting missions, also knows some information. But today, this blood hunting team will become history. The dagger shining with poisonous cold light directly stabbed at Angelet's neck. Already able to feel the deadly chill from above. Once stabbed, it is fatal. This is extraordinary toxicity. But this is for other wizards. For Angelet, this bit of toxicity is far from causing any harm to him. Angelet's shadow was nailed to the ground by 3 black figures, each with a pitch-black nail, unable to move at all. Even if the shadow twisted because of the movement of the light, it still couldn't break free. What it brought with it was the feeling of bondage that Angelet felt all over his body. Except for the movement of the fingers and the movement of the eyes and facial features, the others seem to be filled with lead, which is extremely heavy and cannot be moved at all. Nolan's words echoed in the ears of the Bloodhunter members, but it was too late to evacuate. The bloody light was even more fierce, and the Bloodhunter who was holding a poisoned dagger directly stabbed forward. The dagger successfully penetrated into the target's body. But the feeling that came from him was not what he had felt in the past, the feeling of flesh and blood. It's like piercing into thick mud. The next moment, Angelet's body was directly covered with black lines on the surface. Then it exploded suddenly, and the surrounding environment also changed under the eruption of this dark pattern. Ink-like darkness, centered on Angelet, spread out, covering a range of 50 meters around. Witchcraft, walking in the dark. Because of the increase in strength, the power and scope of this witchcraft have become even greater. The existence in this area will be deprived of the 5 senses and the ability to receive information. What can be observed is only this viscous, desperate darkness like ink. Nolan's pupils dilated instantly, and he stepped back again and again. The other members who had fixed Angelet's shadow were also shocked by this change. According to the original route, quickly evacuated. But the member who stabbed the dagger 103 times let out a shrill scream. Then there was no more sound. In the entire dark world, there is an instant of dead silence, which makes people creepy. Nolan's heart trembled, knowing that this time the interception plan failed, and they might die here. This newborn is not a lamb at all, but a hidden tiger. No wonder, the Zijinhua family would be willing to kill this new student with so many benefits. Everything makes sense, they are careless. Nolan stopped in his tracks, and his face became very ugly. The scope of this dark world cannot be so large. Why did I still not go out after walking for so long according to the road in my memory? Except for this darkness, and only this darkness. It was definitely affected by some unknown, causing problems with their senses. This witchcraft is definitely something else in the shadow system, and it is a witchcraft that has never been seen before. He is also in the shadow department, and can faintly detect some subtle things. The mental power can spread all over the body, and you can feel the muddy ground under your feet, as well as flowers and plants. When you touch the side, there are also traces of trees and ravines. It proved that he should still be in the killing area now, and he didn't go far at all. This is very abnormal. It stands to reason that he should have been gone for a minute, and he should have left the zone long ago. As the captain of the Blood Hunter, he has rich experience and vision, and even if his strength and combat quality are placed in the White Bone Society, he is also one of the best among the second-level wizard apprentices. At least, it can crush the former Hank Zigenhua. Now, Nolan began to analyze. As long as he is given time, he is confident to discover the flaws of this witchcraft. However, all of this was observed by a pair of fat men exuding pale golden light. Every move, nothing can escape such a pair of eyes. Angelet emitted energy particle fluctuations all over his body, and the ubiquitous shadows formed black patterned spikes, piercing the Blood Hunter member holding the dagger into a hornet's nest. Blood spattered out as the body trembled unceasingly. Angelet looked indifferently at the hideous man's face. Whatever you do, you must have the ability to bear the consequences. I think you seem to have the ability to bear this matter. So you will die, this is an unquestionable fact. The next moment, the shadow spike that was constantly piercing through the man's body yanked violently, tearing the man's body into pieces. Not a single trace of blood was stained on Angelet's body, and all of them were blocked by the shadow spikes formed by the shadow piercing. All that's left is room on the body for the pouch, a common wizarding storage tool for storing items. Angelet just moved his fingers lightly, and the shadow spikes naturally hooked up the storage bag, and it landed in Angelet's hands. His eyes fell on the other members of the Blood Hunter, and their many performances in the range of dark walking witchcraft were all at a glance. Among them, Nolan's performance is undoubtedly the one that makes Angelet feel good. Judging from this situation, he should have discovered some characteristics of Angelet's witchcraft. There is no magic that is absolutely invincible, and Angelet has already expected this. To put it bluntly, the dark walk witchcraft is to affect the biological field of the surrounding environment through its own biological field, so that it indirectly leads to the biological field of life within this range. If you can adjust your biological field to the extreme, you can resist this kind of influence. Witchcraft will be destroyed directly, and the dark world will be destroyed without attack. He knew very well that if he met a third-level wizard apprentice or an extreme wizard apprentice, he would immediately notice the difference. The sky can only be delayed for 3 or 4 seconds, and the dark walk witchcraft will be directly broken. Angelet walked slowly towards the 3 Bloodhunter members, followed by 4 shadow spikes formed by the shadow-piercing witchcraft. This dark walking witchcraft can be paired with the shadow-piercing witchcraft. Can be shaped from a variety of angles and then pierced for attack. No limitations in the conventional sense. The 3 Bloodhunter members immediately gave up the confinement witchcraft in their hands the moment they saw the darkness coming, and started to escape together instead. They are hunters hiding in the darkness. When the kill is unsuccessful, they are naturally the first to hide. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the 3 of them. A mouse in the darkness will eventually be swallowed by the darkness one day. There was a look of horror on the faces of the 3 people, and the voices seemed to be coming from all directions, and they couldn't tell the source at all. The energy particles emitted from the body fluctuated, and suddenly, the shadow energy particles formed a witchcraft. Plant them in their hands. Only waiting for the next attack, his eyes fixed on the surrounding darkness. Which direction will the attack come from? They gritted their teeth. No matter how rich their combat experience was, under the influence of this dark world, they could not detect any aura, and could only defend passively. Angelet didn't have the habit of talking too much and procrastinating with the enemy. He was hidden in the darkness, his aura was completely hidden, and the master couldn't detect him who was close at hand. With the right hand raised, and then swung down violently. The 4 shadow spikes directly turned into a flexible poisonous snake, piercing towards the three of them. Chi-chi. It was the sound of piercing flesh. There is almost no suspense. The home of the battle is here in Anglet, and the rhythm was completely grasped by him. Anglet has no chance of losing. Who can capture the shadow spikes that have pierced in front of him during that AED momentary breath exposure? Even if he noticed it, it was just witnessing what the cause of his death was. The 4 shadow spikes slowly retracted to Anglet's side. At the tip, there are 3 blood-hunting corpses that have been hung up with their heads pierced. One of the shadow punctures began to pick out the space-holding bag above the corpse. Passed to Anglet. Then, with Anglet's thought, the 3 corpses were thrown to the ground. Anglet looked in one direction. There is one last slightly interesting guy left. Nolan's expression became extremely gloomy. The blood-hunting members all have some subtle senses, and can detect the life and death of members. But just now, that feeling, all disappeared. This proves that all members are dead. Now, he is the only one left in the entire blood-hunting team. This time, it can be said that it was completely planted. That freshman deceived everyone. He is definitely not a so-called freshman, but has a huge secret that is unknown. Nolan even organized a blood-hunting team to hunt and kill some of the more powerful wizard apprentices in the House of Commons. Although there have been failures, they are generally successful. Even if it fails, it can save the lives of many members. There has never been a result like today. This freshman named Anglet, is more terrifying, mysterious, and sleepy than all the wizards of the academy he has ever met. This unpredictable result made Nolan, who had become instinctive to kill, a little horrified. Perhaps the Zijinhua family themselves didn't know what kind of existence they had messed with. Fortunately, he survived. There was a look of joy in Nolan's eyes, and he had already noticed some flaws in this dark world. That is, you need a medium to influence yourself, so that everything you see has changed. In fact, what I should see is an ordinary scene. It's just that your senses are affected. Then let's block this special influence. Nolan made an inexplicable gesture with both hands, and the next moment, his mental power violently exploded. And the energy particles also spewed out, forming a light-colored transparent ripple all over his body. Completely cut off the influence of the outside world, allowing one's own senses to return to normal. Nolan had a smile on his face, his eyes were like black ink. In a world as dark as water, light began to appear, and all the darkness was swallowed by the light. When the last ray of darkness is swallowed by light, Nolan found that he had successfully shaken off that influence. It is green flowers and trees, and the road when he came, has also been reflected in his eyes. But the smile on his face didn't last long before it froze immediately. I saw a figure wearing a black and gray wizard robe, standing not far from him, watching him quietly. Clap clap. Anglet applauded and approached slowly. Nolan took a deep breath and said, I don't think there is any conflict between us. All this is caused by the Zijinhua family. There is some misunderstanding between us. Anglet stomped down hard. The ground suddenly cracked due to the huge force pouring down, and there were some things hidden in the ground. It is also completely exposed and invalidated. It was several venomous snakes covered in pitch black, which had become a meat sauce, mixed with pieces of soil. Anglet looked at Nolan, who had a fierce expression on his face and slapped the ground vigorously with both hands. Suddenly, the surrounding ground began to tremble, and then turned outward. A large number of pitch-black snakes rushed towards Anglet. Hiss. The fangs are blue, and it is full of poison that will kill you if you touch it. It's a pity that it's only highly poisonous to mortals. The extraordinary venom nature itself is not very much, a very small amount. Also, if so many pitch-black poisonous snakes can be developed into poisonous and extraordinary creatures. Anglet felt that this Nolan would not be mixed up like this. The light golden stream of data reflected all the secrets in Anglet's pupils. Nolan's witchcraft, life, history. Everything was learned by Anglet. You are very strong. You can be considered a strong one among the second-level wizard apprentices. But there is an upper limit after all. Anglet spoke slowly, as if turning a blind eye to the attacking poisonous snakes. I don't have much time to waste on you. I'm sorry, but I don't understand the triple trap you carefully prepared, 2 kinds of triggering witchcraft, and 1 assassination and death witchcraft. And Nolan's expression suddenly changed, full of horror. He looked at Angelet as if he had seen a ghost. How could you know? That's impossible. Nolan's whole body seemed to be immersed in icy water, numb and horrified, and the cold feeling conveyed from the depths of his soul. His arrangement was so hidden, how could it be possible for the other party to know all about it? Even knows a thing or two about witchcraft. Can he see people's hearts? How could such an outrageous thing happen? Angelet's expression was calm, his eyes were indifferent, and he just touched the wizard's ring slowly. Nolan already felt a deep sense of death crisis, as if he would die next. But he doesn't believe it. If you don't believe your arrangement, the other party will know that it must be defrauding him. With the glimmer of the wizard ring on his finger, a slightly ferocious cross sword with sharp bony spurs extending from the handle and inlaid with many pitch-black scales appeared in Ange's eyes. Column in hands. The blade of the sword is also pure bone white, and the tip is like a rounded spike. And the blade is full of absolute extreme sharpness. As soon as the sword appeared, an unprecedented oppressive force descended on the surrounding area. Fire dragon sword reappears. Chi. The black scales were completely inlaid on the body of the sword, like lines growing from within, and at this moment a little spark ignited on it. Then, surging flames bloomed from the fire dragon sword, and in the blink of an eye, it became a lightsaber with high-frequency dense fire element energy particles. The terrifying coercion of the dragon directly covered this area and suppressed Nolan. What is this? What kind of witchcraft? Why is it so suffocating and desperate? Nolan roared unwillingly. The cross sword held by the other party has completely surpassed his own cognition. He has never seen a formal wizard, nor has he seen such a wizard weapon. But he is sure that even the witch weapon in the hands of an official wizard is far worse than it. Under this high-intensity pressure, he couldn't even move a finger of his own, so he could only grit his teeth and stand still. He stared at Angelet's figure with tears in his eyes. Looking at the flaming long sword, the energy frenzy of the flame soared into the sky, forming a huge beam of fire elemental energy. The earth began to become scorched black due to the super high temperature, and the surrounding flowers, plants and trees also evaporated with the water, withered and burned, and finally became ashes. Nolan roared out. I'm not reconciled. Why can you know all my arrangements? Why can you have such a terrible witch weapon? Angelet held the fire dragon sword and slashed directly from top to bottom. The 50-meter beam of fire element energy particles seemed to have cut a crack in the void, and the Emperor's water vapor continued to emit. White smoke is formed, and serves as the central point of being hacked. A scorched black trace condensed by ultra-high temperature even made the ground tend to crystallize. At the landing point, the energy of the explosion poured out, forming a small pitch-black pothole. But what really caused the lethality was the fire dragon sword energy released by the fire dragon sword, its super high temperature, and the burst frequency of the fire element energy particles. Enough to destroy any existence. There is no trace of Nolan anymore, only the charred ashes. Even the space holding bag was completely burned. Completely disappeared in this world. Angelet took a deep breath, and then slowly protruded, as if it could lower a little, because the temperature rise caused by the use of fire dragon sword energy. And the lower scalding hilt. This is a high temperature enough to burn an ordinary human being. Only a combat wizard like Angelet can use and grasp it without any hesitation. The energy particles on the fire dragon sword fluctuated, continuously began to decrease, and finally completely disappeared. There are only black scales on the white sword body, and a little sparks flickering. Seeing the damage she had caused, Angelet was startled. This is just the release of the power of the fire dragon sword energy. It was just a tentative sword energy. It already has such destructive power. If it is released continuously, or if it releases the deeper power of the fire dragon sword, what kind of scene should it be? Angelet looked forward to it, but the fire dragon soul was not yet able to release his current strength. Just relying on the power of the fire dragon and the sword energy of the fire dragon is enough to support Angelet to deal with any enemy in his apprenticeship as an extreme wizard. Even if it is a third-level wizard apprentice, there is no problem. Even the ultimate wizard apprentice can go and touch it. Angelet hadn't really seen the ultimate wizard apprentice before, full of firepower. However, it is expected that there will not be too far a gap in strength. Just apply all your means. Angelet thought about all the things he experienced when he was on the big ship of the Whitebone Society. The 3 third-level wizard apprentices were scared to death just because of a wizard scroll left by Anglet's Thorn Ridge Ultimate Wizard Apprentice. As a result, half a month, or even a month, did not come out of the big ship wizard area. The strength of the extreme wizard apprentice should be higher than what he imagined. But one day, I will be able to step into that level. He has this confidence. Angelet glanced at the coke formed by Nolan, and then retracted the fire dragon sword into the wizard ring. The burst of fire dragon sword energy just now consumed at least 30% of his energy particles. This made me feel insecure. You have to support the release of the fire dragon sword at least 10 times in order to have a certain level of confidence in the stage of the wizard apprentice. Enough to challenge the ultimate wizard apprentice. Location: Free Zone, Number 2 Wizard Camp Street. Time: 6 p.m. Inside the huge tent, many figures looked at the figure at the door expectantly. These are Jobs' employees, under his arrangement, ready to meet the coming customers. Jobs took the initiative to meet him and said, "Lady, it seems that you came too late, but you have been waiting for me." What happened? Angelet thought of the time agreed with Jobs before, which was 10:30 in the morning. Because of the matter of the blood hunting team, it was delayed for a long time. He opened his mouth and said, "Some small incidents happened, which delayed a lot of time." Jobs said eagerly, "It's not a big deal, do you need my help?" Now Angelet can be regarded as the person Jobs most wants to befriend. Even pushed a lot of cooperation for this. Prepare to prepare toxic supernatural beings just for Angelet. After all, the value and content of wizard apprentices who can make wizard potions are simply unparalleled. Angelet can also feel the sincerity of the other party. He said with a faint smile, "It has been resolved, just some minor troubles." "That's good," Jobs said. "Lady, I have already prepared many poisonous supernatural creatures you need. Do you want to go and have a look together?" Angelet nodded in agreement. In the area behind the tent, there is a large open space, and there are special access passages, which can lead to the outside world, and can also transport corresponding extraordinary creatures from the outside world. It seems that Jobs has already done a lot of business with this extraordinary creature, at least there is a transportation channel here. Only in this way can the supply of extraordinary creatures be continuously replenished. These are some details that Angelet hadn't seen before. Obviously, this means that he has already valued his status to a certain extent. Angelet watched the poisonous and extraordinary creatures in the many iron cages. Most of them even have special protective covers to prevent the poisonous extraordinary creatures inside from releasing venom. These venoms are terrible enough to kill wizards. Even certain gas toxins are even more terrifying and cannot be easily avoided. We can only increase the cost and involve the iron cage. Insulate the toxicity of these gases. What Angelet saw was not only the type and quality of these toxic and extraordinary creatures, but also the power displayed by Jobs. Angelet, who has the ability to make potions, has the right to choose. He nodded, very satisfied. It was in line with his expectations in every respect. Collaboration can be attempted. Come to the main tent, in the separate small built-in tent room. Angelet is discussing specific cooperation matters with Jobs, and began to sign wizard contracts. With the pressing of each other's blood, it also represents the formal establishment of the contract. The other party needs to supply Angelet's needs, provide a large number of toxic supernatural creatures, and trade in terms of value. And the other party cannot reveal some information about Angelet, otherwise it will be a breach of contract and a very serious price will be paid. The price Angelet has to pay is to provide potions of the same value for trading, without the need for other magic stones and the like. On the contrary, if necessary, you can even trade Jobs' magic stone with potions at a price that exceeds 10% of the market price. The common compliance is that mutual help requires providing some information that the other party needs. This rule has some flexibility, but it is within the bottom line of the two. Even, it is good for Angelet, because the information that the other party can get is nothing more than within the White Bone Society. And little things are not necessary. Big things will definitely be spread in advance. As for the news that he didn't want outsiders to know, it was news that Angelet couldn't get. "Have you found what I was looking for?" Angelet suddenly thought of something and asked immediately. Jobs smiled and said, "Of course." Then, from the space storage bag, I took out a pitch-black grass, which looked ordinary, without any branches, and only had one trunk. Moon grass, a very precious extraordinary plant, can nourish the soul and replenish the missing parts, at least it can make a soul that is almost dying rejuvenate and generate vitality. Quote, Angoulette knew what that meant. The price is definitely not low. As well as some of the price the other party paid, the time and material resources spent looking for the moon grass, the magic stone. The moon grass can indeed help Lena's soul to warm up. What do you want? Angoulette spoke proactively, but Jobs said very grandly, this is nothing, I gave it to you, after all, you are my best friend. Angoulette took a deep look at Jobs. I feel that this extraordinary creature shopkeeper in front of me is a bit interesting. Sometimes free favors are more heavy than the price paid in advance. However, he also smiled lightly. There are not many such wonderful people in this world. Happy cooperation. Jobs smiled and shook Angelette's hand. From the current point of view, this is something that both parties are happy with. Angoulette also hopes that this state can last for a while. It won't change that fast. From the wizard ring, he took out many wizard potions prepared in advance. 2 copies of Nightmare Potion, 3 copies of Azure Potion, 2 copies of Crimson Potion. The real potions placed on the table, the colorful rays of light, and the star-like luster that exudes like stars. In an instant, Job's eyes were fixed on the above, cannot be removed. This was the wizard's potion of his dreams. The quality is the lowest and perfect, and even more is the ultimate quality. I swear, dear lady, you are definitely my best friend Jobs. Jobs smiled and bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Angelette's complexion did not change, and he said lightly, this is the cost of this transaction, if necessary, I will tell you through the chrysalis. But I have a request, that is, when I need it, the time you prepare the poisonous extraordinary creature must be fast. Jobs said with a smile, of course this is for sure. My dear friend, if you have any needs, just tell me. I will also help you pay attention to some funny things in this free zone. Collected. Angoulette nodded, and walked straight out of the tent. Those poisonous extraordinary creatures have already been loaded into his wizard storage bag. It was full, and there were about 20 poisonous extraordinary creatures. Enough for Angoulette to practice the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining the body. From the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. Then the 5th stage, will it be far behind? Consummation is the birth of a wizard battle body. Angoulette is very looking forward to what kind of performance will be when the combat body is matched with the result of the tactics. Location: Mountain Area, Wizard Residence 22. Time: 8 p.m. When Angoulette returned to her residence, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. First, he took off the wizard robe on his body and hung it on the hanger in the lounge. Then, he came to the desk and put Reina's finger bones on the desk. Even Angoulette didn't even have time to deal with the extraordinary creatures in the wizard's containment bag, and she had already made preparations in advance to nourish her sister's soul. Angoulette carefully took out the moon grass from the wizard ring. In the White Bone Society, there is a wizard potion made with moon grass as the main material. And the effect is much better than a single moon grass. But Angoulette didn't have much time to get the formula and get familiar with it. Lena's soul is getting thinner and thinner, and the current stage is the best stage of nurturing. The moon grass was directly compressed into powder by Angoulette with energy particles and collected together. Then Angoulette used her mental power to wake up her sleeping sister's soul. With the gleam of Lena's phalanx, the spirit body that became more and more illusory, and could barely see its face, slowly emerged. There was only a pair of gentle eyes, looking at Angoulette very clearly. Reina, I found something to nourish your soul, Angoulette said with a smile. Her voice was extremely soft. Located in the upper house of the Dark Wizard Academy, the many building areas of the wizard residence. Those who can live here are all students of the upper house. Either the 3rd-level wizard apprentice, or the relatively rare extreme wizard apprentice. It is located in one of the most spacious and luxurious wizard residences in the innermost part. Polaris came out from the storage room with a wooden box, his expression indifferent, and his eyes glowing with thought. Now all she can think of in her mind is how to use the star potion, obtained from Angoulette, to exercise her body. Maximize the effect. So I found a lot of auxiliary extraordinary materials, and prepared to temper from the outside to the inside. Let the flesh absorb it most thoroughly. For this reason, she even chose starfish grass, which can expand feelings. But the benefit after taking it is that within the tolerance range, the efficacy of the medicine should be increased by about 10%. In the same way, Polaris' feeling becomes stronger, and the pain that he originally had to bear will increase several times. But for this aspect, Polaris did not care. What she cares about is to maximize the effect, not the little pain. There is almost no pain in this world, which she cannot bear. Even hacked into pieces, ants gnawed, nerve roots ruptured. She has endured these extreme pains several times. The strength of the ultimate wizard apprentice is obtained through many difficult climbs in the past. Gritting his teeth, holding blood in his mouth, he still has the persistence and sleep to climb up. In the laboratory, Polaris began to process a series of supernatural materials, and soon gathered a boiling hot pure blue liquid, which was as large as a bathtub. And Polaris looked at the pool in front of him indifferently, and found the star potion from the wizard ring. Then poured the medicinal liquid into it, but it didn't finish, but only poured 1/5 of it. It seems that Polaris is going to be tempered 5 times. Soon the efficacy of the medicine was brought into play. From the original pure blue liquid, it became embellished like stars and reflected by the light of stars. Make the ceiling of the whole room reflect fantasy and dream. Polaris didn't pay attention to these trivial things, but began to take off his clothes. Then step by step into the pool of water. It is enough to scald ordinary people, even boiled pool water, but it can't make Polaris look moved. The skin began to turn red, and the effect of the medicine began to exert its effect, entering Polaris' body. The physical body has become stronger, and it really works. I feel as if I can grasp the polar night energy particles. Polaris came out of the pool, wearing a wizard robe, with a rare smile on his face. However, the subsequent tempering still requires the same extraordinary materials for matching. She has not enough storage in this regard. These extraordinary materials are also not cheap. Polaris walked out of the wizard's residence, and was going to the gloomy library, using the gloom to exchange for some supernatural materials needed for tempering. However, on the way, she learned a special news, and it has been circulated in the House of Lords. A few days ago, there was a vision from the sky. It was not the breakthrough of the ultimate wizard apprentice, but it seemed to have another secret. It might be the legendary wizard body. At the same time, she also learned that she had met several aging extreme wizard apprentices, who had no hope of breaking through, and tried to find information related to the wizard's physique. Even some official wizards have thought about it, wanting to find out the reality of this wizard's physique. The turmoil even spread to the entire Dark Land, and gradually spread towards the lower court, the commercial area, and the free area. Polaris had a sneer on her face, and she didn't think much of anyone who couldn't even stick to her own wizarding path and instead sought other shortcuts. Even if the other party is an official wizard. However, Polaris is also a little curious about whether the news about the wizard's physique is true or not. Then she shook her head. It's none of her business, as long as these turmoil doesn't disturb her wizard path promotion, it's fine. Tomorrow is the day of the energy class. I need to sort out my experimental materials and bring them to the disciple of the Green Mother Wizard. As for the follow-up of the Dark Tides meditation method, she has also successfully collected it. While fulfilling the wizard's contract, Polaris is going to ask Angelet for another 10 star potions. On a night with a bright moon and few stars, the coolness has reached the dark place. And in the lounge at number 22 of the wizard's residence, Angelet slowly poured the moongrass powder on Lena's illusory soul body. Soon, there will be a corresponding effect. The faint light flickered, and the soul body, which was so dim that it was about to disappear, was slowly recovering. A little bit of solidification. First of all, the facial features, the tiny freckles on the cheeks, then the eyelashes, and even the hair are gradually becoming brighter. Arena, who is almost indistinguishable from a real person, appears. But it's a pity that only the range of the upper body looks like this. As for the area of the lower body, it is still in a state of erratic blue smoke, looming. Angelet's expression flashed with some disappointment, but it still didn't let Lena recover to the most complete state. Looking at his sister's familiar face, Angelet reached out and touched his head. Although it is still illusory, Passing through it directly, it gives Angelet the feeling that it is already able to detect a certain temperature. Little Lena's eyes were very bright, and her eyelashes were very long. She seemed to be saying something, but no sound came out. The clothes she was wearing were still the same maid outfits as before, which seemed to reflect the state of her soul. The little hand touched Angelet's cheek, as if he wanted to say, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Angelet smiled softly, and said slowly, "Okay, I know, I will take good care of myself." With the perception of mental power, I can feel some fluctuations transmitted from Lena's soul body. Vaguely aware of the other party's emotional changes, as well as feelings. Reina looked at Angelet's cheek, and then looked at the wall clock hanging on the wall, and found that it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Trying to take Angelet's arm and go somewhere. But every time it passed through Angelet's arm. When pulled again, Angelet actively followed Reina past. Okay, I'm going to sleep, go to bed early and get up early." Angelet shrugged helplessly, smiled lightly and lay down on the bed directly. A satisfied sweet smile appeared on Reina's face. Then, put his hands together and put them on his cheeks, pretending to be sleeping. "Okay, good night, little Lena." Time passed slowly. When the time came to 12 o'clock, in the lounge, Angelet, lying on the bed, opened his closed eyes. Then he sat up and looked at Lena's phalanx next to the pillow, revealing the tenacity of being alone. Then get off the bed directly. It's time to consider the mastery of Avatar sorcery. Sitting on the desk and chair, with a thought, I started today's random check-in. A familiar light soon flashed in front of Angelet. Chapter 71. In the lounge, following Angelet's thoughts, a ray of light began to shine, and finally the color was fixed on purple. Angelet felt a little bit of joy in his heart. The random sign in reward this time is quite good. It exceeded his expectations. Originally, I thought that the blue quality would appear several times in a row, and then the white quality would last for a while. It seems that today is his lucky day, and not only has he warmed up Lena's soul. There is also a purple quality item that has not appeared much recently. Hint: if you successfully sign in randomly today, you will get a reward, alternate shadows. Quality: purple. Content: use the power of shadows to leave a mark point in a certain direction in advance. You can choose to replace the position at any time with a thought. You can only have 3 mark points at the same time, and the mark points need to be consumed before they can be used again. The display of supplement: after the replacement, a shadow will appear at the original position. Triggering can cause the shadow to spread, causing enemies within the range to be affected, and the viewing angle is affected. A lot of knowledge about wizards was constantly reverberating in Angelet's mind, and finally, with the help of the Eye of Truth, it was completely accepted. There was suppressed excitement in Angelet's heart. This is a very rare space-type shadow witchcraft. Pairs perfectly with some of his sorcery uses. The first is the witchcraft of walking in the dark, which can be cast with transferred shadows at the moment of replacement. Or cast attack-type witchcraft, leaving a shadow-piercing witchcraft, and directly launch a burst attack at the moment the opponent touches it. In the case of extreme close range, it is absolutely impossible to be dodged. Sure enough, almost none of the purple quality was weak. Angelet couldn't help sighing. However, as time goes by, the time from this year is getting faster and faster. The freshman assessment is also scheduled for the last year of this year. Angelet also had some sense of urgency in his heart. There is no point in continuing to stay in the House of Commons. Most of the advanced resources, as well as many permissions of the White Bone Club, can only be obtained in the upper house. Angelet's current strength has also improved a lot. At least the top one in the House of Commons. With a thought in Angelet's mind, a pale golden stream of light flashed in his pupils. Reminder: the analysis of the shadow alternation witchcraft is in progress. Estimated time: 10 hours. Taking advantage of the 10-hour period, Angelet was going to deal with the many poisonous extraordinary creatures in the wizard's containment bag. These are deadly things. For Angelet, it's also important. It is the next advanced food intake of the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. Angelet placed these poisonous extraordinary creatures in the underground cultivation room. Every superhuman creature has its own detention area. As for the slightly larger ones, they were directly imprisoned in the training room by Angelet. Or simply in the laboratory, being restrained. Prepare at any time, dissect, and then extract the poison, and prepare for the practice of mixing poison and refining the body, witchcraft. With a thought in Angelet's mind, a large amount of wizard knowledge was activated in the memory area of his mind. Remembered all the details. Mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft, if you want to advance from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. Compared with the original promotion conditions, it is more stringent and difficult. It even changed a precondition that must consume a certain amount of time before it can proceed. That is, on the basis of the original 4 or 5 poisonous extraordinary creatures, it needs to increase by 5 times. Then, a certain amount of magic stone is needed to supply the energy particles needed by the physical body after tempering. The number of magic stones is about 300. As for the number of toxic supernatural beings, Angelet is just enough. Even if there is a difference of 1 or 2, you can go through some other procedures to make up for it. Dr. Crow can also allow Angelet to go over in advance and participate in the process of the wizard's experiment. During the dissection, some experience can be gained, as well as some of the toxic flesh and blood of extraordinary creatures, as well as their related toxicity. Believe it, Dr. Crow is not mean. The rare thing is the magic stone. It seems that some potions should be refined in advance and sold at jobs or the headquarters of the Bone Society. The thoughts in Angelet's heart were tactful, thinking about many aspects. Then he set his sights on the poisonous extraordinary creature in front of him. These workloads are enough for Angelet to last for 10 days and a half months, or even more. After all, after Angelet dealt with a poisonous mortal creature, he needed to absorb its biological energy as soon as possible, as well as these deadly venoms, temper and transform the body of the wizard's battle body. It is worth mentioning that some previous analysis of Angelet's own wizard physique has also made considerable progress. At least Angelet knows how to use his natural ability. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and Angelet was still busy in the laboratory. As for the toxic supernatural beings, Angelet has already dealt with 3 of them. It's time to get the 4th head together. Today Angelet is going to do these amount of tempering of the flesh body first. The meal needs to be eaten 1 bite at a time. If you eat them all, you will become fat or simply choke to death. Firstly, Angelet didn't have that much time, so he dealt with all the poisonous extraordinary creatures in a short time. Second, there are other things on the wizard's path that Angthorn needs to study and deal with. Gulu gulu. In the container, a large amount of liquid is boiled and boiled. Then Angelet continued to throw the processed parts, the most essence, rich in bioenergy, and the most extraordinary properties, into the crucible. Simply Angelet chose the largest portion of the crucible, otherwise the 4 poisonous extraordinary creatures added up, even if only the most essential part was taken, the load would not be small. As the temperature continued to rise, the liquid and meat in the crucible also began to change in combination. The meat became softer and tenderer, and a strong fragrance gradually flowed out from it. Angelet, who was undressing and applying extraordinary venom, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There was a red piece outside the crucible, and it burned, and it almost reached the inside of the crucible violently, destroying the steaming hot, good meat that was full of fragrance. Angelet hastily shrank his mind and tightened his control over the state of the flame and temperature in the crucible. The energy particle flame is a kind of flame that cannot be extinguished. At the same time, because of its great power, it is very difficult to manipulate naturally. Only by truly mastering the existence of a pharmacist at a higher level can one be able to perfectly grasp the fluctuations of energy particle flames. Including the current Angelet, they are still far behind. Because of concentrating on the situation inside the pot, Angelet didn't even bother to be careful when applying the venom to some parts that should be paid attention to. Although these extraordinary venoms were new, they were not enough to cause Angelet's rudimentary, mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft to cause any signs of ruin. It's just that when it hurts, it will move a little more. As time passed slowly, the pot of good meat in the crucible gradually matured and gradually became edible. That thick fragrance has completely occupied the corner of the entire laboratory space. Even Angelet didn't perform an autopsy, and the remaining green poisonous pig was screaming in the cage at the moment, with saliva coming out from the corner of its mouth. It seems that he is already greedy to a certain extent. But at this moment, Angelet's whole body has changed into another appearance. The skin turned into the most obvious crimson color, and the muscles trembled naturally. The effect presented was like a boiled red prawn. A steady stream of pain spread to every part of Angelet's body. This is a subtle change in the cell, like a gene transition, an all-round evolution. The result is severe pain and convulsions that are several times more exaggerated than neuralgia. But on the other hand, extraordinary venom is also undergoing the most violent transformation, stimulating the greatest potential deep in the human body. And what Angelet has to do now is to replenish a large amount of bioenergy, as well as replenish the cell death damage caused by energy particles. Get this ready, then there's no problem. Swallowing the meat bit by bit, Angelet drank all the soup in one gulp. Even Angelet couldn't help admiring because of the deliciousness of the food, showing a greedy look on his face. A large amount of biological energy is continuously produced under Angelet's powerful digestion ability. Streams of heat rushed to every part of the body, to the bone marrow, to the cells, and to more. Time passed slowly. The sun went up and down that day, and then the sun went directly to the noon position. Angelet, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, finally opened his closed eyes. It was as if a ferocious aura flashed by. The temperament from the ancient wilderness made people feel chills. Simply, this special feeling disappeared soon. Angelet's eyes, from the original ferocity, gradually returned to calm. He knew in his heart that this was also a small problem of the war body wizard. Because of the strength of the physical body, he will gradually awaken the blood fragment factor that has flowed down from the ancient human race in his physical body. At that time, the human race was not a good person. Even more ferocious than most ancient ferocious species. In fact, wizards are a kind of evolution, and different wizards choose different evolutionary paths. War body wizards tend to awaken their ancient potential as a human race. Then become even stronger. Other branches of wizards can't do this, but they are stronger than blue. It even surpassed the original upper limit of human race potential. Leaps over to a new level. There are also reasons why war body wizards have gradually disappeared in the current era. However, Angelet's main wizarding path is still the system of elemental wizards. This is the brightest, highest, and almost endless wizarding system. Battle body wizards, among other things, are at least very strong in fighting, and can almost crush wizards of other systems in the early stage. In short, each has its own advantages. Hint: the hosts, mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft is in the third stage of transformation. The current progress, 10%. Still has 90% of the progress, which is about the same in Angelet's prediction. Click. As Angelet stretched his body vigorously, the sound of bone movement was heard continuously. Muscles also become more tense. Angelet experienced the changes in the physical body, and found that at least 1 or 2/10 of the level had been added to the original basis. Host: Angelet. Current physique: 30. Current mental power: 22. Energy particles: 220 directions. Elemental witchcraft: black sun walking, shadow corrosion, shadow piercing, shadow world, natural heart, shadow replacement. Special witchcraft: incarnation, hand of alchemy, cross-border trading witchcraft. Battle body witchcraft: mixing poison and refining body, 3 stages. Strategy: Thunder Emperor, flesh melting point base stage. Wizard physique: star body. Innate ability: manipulate starlight, evolve nothingness. Qualification: 4 grades. Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Meditation method: Dark Tides, 9 Wizard runes. Pharmacy: basic pharmacy knowledge, advanced pharmacy knowledge. Pharmaceutical formula: low level, Azure Potion, Blood Roland Potion, Crimson Potion, Nightmare Potion. Medium, Dreamless Sleep Potion, Returning Origin Potion, Bryn Flavor Potion, Advanced, Blooming Miracle Potion. Alchemy: none. Magic Stone: 40. Items: Black Sun Key, Inheritance, Fire Dragon Sword, Wizard Ring, Meteorite Sword, Invisibility Cloak, Tears of the Crystal Goddess, Star Potion X3, Blood Roland Potion X1. The value in the column of physique has reached the stage of 30, if it is converted into the value of mental power. Angelet had reached the threshold of a 3rd-level wizard's apprentice. Perhaps, after reaching the 4th stage of the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft, the value can be directly increased to 36 or 7. The fifth stage is the corresponding extreme wizard apprentice. Angoulette is looking forward to it very much. In the introduction of Mixing Poison and Refining Body, Witchcraft, the birth of a combat body can fight against the level of extreme wizard apprentices. If it is paired with your own wizard physique, plus Thunder Emperor's art of war, can you compete with an official wizard? Angelette's heart became very hot. Everything is on the right track, and the time is around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Angoulette put the shadow replacement, witchcraft aside, and waited until night to conduct research. There is an energy class this afternoon, and it is also a day I made an appointment with Polaris to exchange experimental data, and the follow-up of the idea of dark tidal meditation. When Angoulette came all the way to the Dark Wizard Academy, he noticed something on the way. It seems that many witchcraft apprentices I met on the road were looking at me secretly, and even talked about it in private. This is the freshman Angoulette. Why didn't I see that? It's so amazing. He was able to talk to Polaris, and even made Polaris 3. Who knows, this freshman is amazing. He even had a conversation with Dr. Crow before. During the conversation, Dr. Crow's attitude was completely different from that of other wizard apprentices. It's really weird. There's something wrong with this freshman. Apart from being a bit bold, I think it's the most outrageous thing that can make Polaris laugh. I heard that even when he was still outside the school, some wizard apprentices watched go to Polaris and go to the business district with that freshman. Hiss. It's unbelievable. But I don't think the final fate of this freshman is very good. Dr. Crow can at least speculate on his personality and clear code of conduct. Polaris is really unpredictable, and no one knows. Will Polaris kill people in the next moment? Yeah, as a new student, it's better to be down to earth. There's nothing else to gain. I just want to put on the wind of some extreme wizard apprentices. Sometimes the higher you fly, the harder you fall. There were 2 or 3 wizard apprentices who even took the initiative to walk towards Angoulette. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but when Angoulette passed by, he uttered such a sentence out loud. Regarding this, Angoulette didn't express anything, and remained expressionless. Even Shendu didn't bother to give these wizard apprentices a look. Instead, he walked towards the location of the energy course classroom with a very clear purpose. These wizard apprentices are nothing more than an imbalance in their hearts. And Angoulette has already seen that these wizard apprentices belong to the kind of students who are not very outstanding in the Wizard Academy. There is a very high chance that he will never be able to advance to the 3rd level wizard apprentice and become a disciple of the upper house for a lifetime. A group of people of the same nature as the previous Muslims. Angoulette just ignored this kind of person, not wanting to waste his precious time. When Angoulette came to the classroom, it was obvious that almost all eyes were on the classroom. Apart from partly looking at Angoulette with a joke, more of them are curious and watching with cold eyes. Those who can take classes in this classroom almost all choose the path of elemental wizards. There is an existence that I must pursue, so I don't care too much about the various things in the unexpected world. The most important thing is that you have a greater improvement. If nothing else, the wizard apprentices who were able to enter the upper courtyard also came out of many students in this classroom. And Angoulette didn't know that he had already become a prominent figure in the Dark Wizard Academy. Almost most of the lower house students know him. Some of the things that happened between him and Polaris have been rumored. There was even a secret person broke the news that in the Night Wizard Tavern in the business district, Polaris and the freshman were seen entering the small room together. I also ordered the love-flavored small fruit wine that wizards and companions would order. Couples in the wizarding world are very different from lovers among ordinary people. In terms of relationship, it is more of a kind of mutual help, reaching wizard cooperation and the like. When it really got to the point where it was uncontrollable, such a partnership would soon be dispersed. But as a partner, they are relatively close, standing on the united front. Some subtle voices were still vaguely transmitted to Angelette's ears. It looks ordinary, I don't know how it can attract the attention of Polaris. It's really rare. A person who can transform a character like Polaris is naturally unique. But no matter what, it can't change the fact that he is just a new student. No matter how opportunistic he is, if his own background and ability are not enough, it will have no effect. I caught up with Polaris and became her partner. Looks like it's just good luck. A wizard apprentice said coldly. And Angoulette, who heard all this, still didn't change any expression on his face, as if all this was nothingness. Except for a little more helplessness in my heart, how could it develop into this way all of a sudden? It became known to everyone, and it was directly regarded as a partner. Angelet thought back to the time when he was with Polaris. He didn't seem to be very intimate, and what kind of behavior? Thinking about it, Angelet simply sank into the details of his wizarding path. These useless news and remarks will not affect him in the slightest. If it weren't for the physical training of the war body wizard before, the five senses are at a relatively sharp stage. Even if Angelet didn't want to hear it, he couldn't do it temporarily. This is also impossible. Angelet found where she used to sit. When he was about to go there, he found that another figure had already sat down one step ahead of him. Angelet's eyes were indifferent, and his eyes focused on the man in the gray wizard robe, with short hair, and the scars on his face were very conspicuous, adding a bit of ferocity. During the facial expressions, the scar was still shaking constantly. The scarred gray-robed wizard looked at Angelet with a strange smile on his face, and said, "Sorry, I'll take this seat first." And in Angelet's eyes, a pale golden stream of data flashed by. Then he found a nearby place, sat down straight, and his expression didn't change at all. There was something wrong with this wizard, and there was a very obvious malice towards him. Angelet sneered inwardly. At the same time, there is still a long way to go before the time reaches 4 o'clock. Polaris is usually stuck until the last second. The gray-robed wizard with the scar on his face spoke to Angelet. "You are the wizard who is rumored to have formed a partnership with Polaris. It's better to meet you than to be famous." There was also a very kind smile on his face. "It's kind of close." People can feel the sincerity of the scar-faced gray-robed wizard. It's just the scar on the face, it's a little too hideous. It makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Angelet put the wizard manual on the table in front of him with a calm expression, but he didn't intend to answer at all. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the scarred gray-robed wizard, and then quickly hid it. The transfer showed an awkward smile. "It seems that Wizard Angelet doesn't like me very much. It really makes me a little sad. Also, Wizard Angelet has caught up with Polaris, the ultimate wizard apprentice. Unlimited, it will definitely be able to enter the upper house." Then he laughed at himself and said, "It's not like me. I've been in this lower house for an unknown amount of time, and I don't have such an opportunity to be able to catch up with the existence of an extreme wizard apprentice." The words of the scarred gray-robe wizard, although it seems to be a very common complaint, is self-deprecating. But it would make other wizard apprentices who heard it feel bad for Angelet. It will make other wizard apprentices think that Angelet is a freshman relying on the North Star, and completely solidify this statement. Angelet could clearly feel that some of the wizard apprentices around him frowned, obviously showing some emotional changes. However, there was only a sneer on the corner of Angelet's mouth. I didn't care at all in my heart. There was no intention of responding either. Now, the scar-faced gray-robed wizard could hardly suppress the killing intent in his heart, and stared at Angelet's back. "Is this what your confidence is? Wait, little thing, don't think that you can sit back and relax by relying on the North Star. I will let you know what real despair is. In the secret realm of the freshman assessment, there are no rules of the Bone Society, and there are no Polaris to protect you." The Scarface and Grey Wizard had sentenced Angelet to death. And in the void in front of Angelet, there was also the message of the scar-faced gray-robed wizard. Target: Sulu Zijinhua. Strength: Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Peak period: at the stage of breaking through Level 3 Wizard Apprentice. Biography: Mortal period: born from the Zijinhua family, detected to have the qualifications of a wizard, trained since childhood, and under the right opportunity, entered the Dark Wizard Academy and became a wizard. Wizard period: the wizarding path is a multi-level wizard, good at various systems of witchcraft, complex, all know one or two kinds of witchcraft, but not deep. The lore witchcraft is the trump card witch art for escape witchcraft 4. The Zijinhua family sent Sulu Zijinhua, a student from the lower school, and Buria Zijinhua, a student from the upper school, to kill the freshman Angelet, and thus gained many connections with Huck Zijinhua. Sulu Zijinhua maliciously targeted the newborn Angelet, and prepared at least two kinds of witchcraft. A lot of information was displayed in front of Angelet, exposing everything about the scar-faced gray-robed wizard. A sneer slowly emerged from the corner of Angelet's mouth. As he said, under these eyes of his, there is no secret that can be hidden. After getting the other party's information, you can make targeted arrangements. In the world of wizards, the unknown is the greatest protection for a wizard. And losing the unknown, even if it is a more powerful wizard, it is very likely that they will be targeted for failure. What's more, Angelet is now powerful, and has completely crushed Sulu of the Zijinhua family. Since the Zijinhua family wants to come and play, then Angelet will play with them. But Angelet didn't think that the Zijinhua family could afford the final result. Angelet's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were also deep and scary. The time finally came to 4 o'clock, and Polaris pushed open the door and walked in at the last second. Like Angelet, Polaris didn't care about the gazes of the wizard apprentices present. Instead, it quickly entered the state. Talk about today's energy course. And today's content is about the effects of mastering the conflicts and oppositions of energies, as well as the mutual restraint of attributes, superposition, and compound superposition. Be more than. After learning the content of the basic course, it has reached a higher level of advanced course content. Logically speaking, there is a charge. The wizard apprentices present also cherished this hard-won opportunity very much. No matter how Polaris is, but on the path of wizards, these wizard apprentices still have the most basic respect. Polaris is a pioneer after all. While Angelet heard it, he also saw some changes in Polaris. There is some understanding in my heart. So that's the case, have you already used the star potion? Angelet's eyes suddenly met with Polaris on the stage, Li Wang's. Both sides looked indifferently, but there was no reaction. When the lectures were held on Polaris, the time passed very fast. When most of the wizard apprentices were immersed in the ocean of wizard knowledge. The time for this class has also arrived. Polaris pushed open the door and walked out. And these wizard apprentices also left the classroom one after another. Angelet is also in the crowd. Suddenly, at the front position of the wizard crowd, there were bursts of exclamations. It seems that something unexpected happened. Polaris was standing in the open space of the aisle outside the door, startling these wizard apprentices. They backed away one after another, and even called out. Then began to whisper. Backquote, Polaris seems to be waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? Needless to say, it must be that lucky freshman. I have to say that this guy has a trick, and actually let Polaris do this. Some wizard apprentices were envious, and even said jealously, it's really lucky, if it were me, I think I can do it. Yes, you can do it, I guess it's the same as Wizard Zijinhua, the grass on the grave is 2 meters high, both. A wizard apprentice couldn't help but complain. When Angelet walked out of the classroom, she also discovered this situation. Then with a calm face, he met the eyes of many wizard apprentices and walked towards the North Star. And Polaris didn't have any expression reaction, just moved his eyes slightly, then turned and walked towards the direction outside the school. Angelet followed behind Polaris. In an instant, all the wizard apprentices were blown up. It's not true, I actually saw Polaris actively waiting for this new student. I thought it was exaggerated in the rumors, but the real result turned out to be like this. A wizard apprentice couldn't help but said. The other wizard apprentices also began to discuss in a low voice. I really can't calm down anymore, it was all rumors before, and there is no truth that seeing is believing. This world is really crazy. What kind of magical power does this new student have, and what kind of methods are used to make Polaris value him and become a partner? I feel a little wrong for the wizards of the Zijinhua family. This is too tragic, the power of the wizard family is not omnipotent, and sometimes, it's even worth it. A wizard apprentice sneered. Does Polaris need to care about a small wizard family? What kind of background does a wizard family have without even a formal wizard? Didn't see how the Zijinhua family responded, so they didn't dare to directly trouble Polaris. The apprentice sorcerer who spoke was belittling the Zijinhua family in a very unceremonious manner and tone. It is estimated that some senses are extremely unfriendly. The blonde purple gold flower wizard before is also well known in the House of Commons. I did a lot of things that make people feel criticized. These words did not make Polaris and Angelet, who were at the forefront, pay any attention. They are all very individual people, and they only care about the things that are important in their hearts. Everything that has nothing to do with it is trivial, and there is no need to waste a minute or a second of time on it. And the one who heard these discussions was the last Sulu Zijinhua who came out of the classroom. These words of discussion were already belittling the Zijinhua family, and as a wizard of the Zijinhua family, his eyes were cold and frightening. The murderous intent and anger in his heart could hardly be restrained, and he almost wanted to strike directly to kill this arrogant wizard apprentice. But Sulu Zijinhua kept her calm after all, looking at the backs of Angelet and Polaris with vicious eyes. Little thing, don't think that if you find Polaris as a backer, you will be safe and sound. I will kill you during the freshman assessment. Sulu Zijinhua is also well aware that the reason for all this is AEFF. Polaris is an excuse, but he can't afford to mess with it. It is estimated that only after Buria can advance to the extreme wizard apprentice, will he consider whether to trouble Polaris. To restore the lost Zijinhua majesty. There's still the last month. Angelet, your despair will be brought to you by me, and those two newborn women. Dark Wizard Academy, because of some things that happened outside the classroom of the energy course today. With the news of Polaris and Angelet, Brick was even more uproarious. Directly confirmed that the two have become partners. Although one side is a small freshman, he has not been satisfied even after 3 months of entering the Dark Wizard Academy. The freshman assessment has not yet taken part. On the other side is Polaris, an extremely well-known extreme wizard apprentice in the Dark Wizard Academy. The gap is so big, so unbelievable. Even people who hear this news for the first time feel it is a fantasy, but when some definite evidence is in front of them, I also have to believe this somewhat crazy result. Angelet was also envied by quite a few wizard apprentices in the House of Commons. This is directly stepping on a fast ship, which can directly cross the level of the lower house and advance to the upper house at the fastest speed. What many people dream of. It was acquired by Angelet, a little-known freshman. It is no wonder that many wizard apprentices are not interested in Angelet. No one's psychology will be balanced. But the two people who were rumored to be making a fuss came again to the business district where they had been before, in the Night Wizard Tavern. It was about 7:30 in the evening. At the entrance and exit of the Night Wizard Tavern, there are quite a few wizards entering and leaving. 2 of today's signature drinks. As soon as Angelet stepped into the door, he took the initiative to exit and said to the service wizard he had seen before. And Polaris, who entered later, naturally had no opinion. Although neither of them noticed that on the wizard's counter, the light card had been changed into another kind of drink. Dark night meets sweet wine. Even if the service wizard had seen it once, when he saw Polaris following Angelet, he was still shocked. It was extremely confirmed in my heart that Polaris really had an extraordinary relationship with this new student. Perhaps, the partner status in the rumors is real. However, when her thoughts were reverberating, she felt a wave of sincerity coming out of her heart. Looking up, he met Angelet's half-smile expression, and Polaris looked over with his indifferent gaze. In an instant, the service wizard shuddered and said hastily, "2 guests, please come here with me." After the room where Polaris and Angelet used to stay. The service wizard who walked out of the room patted himself on the chest, and lingering fear suddenly appeared on his face. The aura of Polaris is really terrifying. And the freshman, it's not easy, he even gave her the aura of the North Star. But how is this possible? That is just a small new student. At most, it is the strength of a first-level wizard apprentice, maybe even her strength is not comparable. The service wizard took a deep breath, but perhaps this freshman and Polaris became a partner, maybe there is something unique about it. 2 glasses of Encounter sweet wine in the dark night have been placed on the table, and under the still warm light, the fair skin of the 2 people is reflected a little more rosy. Among the potted plants, special extraordinary plants release a pleasant floral fragrance. The pale red lips of Polaris moved slowly. Then let's start, I've already brought you what you want. Through the seal of the wizard, directly convey the knowledge of the wizard face to face. But the dark tide meditation method, I brought you a tome. Angelet chuckled and said, "That's thanks to Polaris Sr." Then, he stretched out his hand gently, and Polaris did the same. Soon, fingers came into contact with each other. A different feeling appeared in the hearts of the 2 of them. Coupled with the warm lighting in this room, there is also a slightly warm atmosphere. The cold touch came from Polaris' fingers. And Polaris' expression was a bit inexplicable, and he seemed a little uncomfortable with it. The wizard marks on both sides began to emit a glimmer of light. Angelet's consciousness was immersed in the ego terminal in the wizard's mark. A lot of wizard knowledge was passed on, making Angelet's arms tremble a little. The wizard's mark was also scorching hot, and even made Angelet lean forward slightly. Soon, relevant content information appeared in Angelet's consciousness. Reminder: I am accepting the experimental data of the Polaris element wizard, and have already accepted key points of dark element control, advanced energetics, advanced mastery of energy particles, exploring energy witchcraft in solid, liquid and gas states, basics of dark energy. 5 elements elemental energy particle essentials intermediate, the origin and differentiation of spiritual power detailed advanced, dark element core theory, dark element explosion theory, dark element form theory, spiritual power operation and influence reality medium. The elemental wizard data brought by Polaris is really huge, and Angelet can't bear the transmission of such a huge wizard knowledge. Only after the Eye of Truth conducts auxiliary reception and analysis can these relevant wizard knowledge be stored in the memory area of the brain. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and finally, the transmission ended. Angelet lay down on the table at once, with deep tiredness in his eyes. The knowledge of wizards is too much, too complicated, and all the results are obtained after every experiment verified by Polaris. And Polaris's eyes also showed a bit of fatigue. Such a high-intensity transmission, in fact, the pressure still lies with her. The other party just accepted it, and she had to control the transmission frequency to prevent the other party from being unable to receive all accurate wizard knowledge. This is also the reason why Angelet's spiritual power is lower than Polaris. Although in terms of quality, due to the increase in wizard physique and many reasons, it will not be much lower than Polaris. But in terms of the total amount, it is completely incomparable, and the opponent is the ultimate wizard apprentice. Polaris picked up the Dark Night Encounter sweet wine on the table and drank it. And Angelet was still lying on the table, recovering his mental state. The Eye of Truth is constantly sorting out the knowledge of wizards in the memory area of Angelet's mind. Relieves Angelet's mental fatigue. This time Polaris really gave him too much. He really could barely hold on. The complicated, ocean-like wizard knowledge, the feeling of transmission, seems to have poured down. The computing power of his brain is not enough to handle so much wizard knowledge. Fortunately, with the help of the Eye of Truth, after a long time, I waited until Polaris, Dark Night meets Sweet Wine, was finished. Only then did Angelet slowly raise her head, with a very obvious sense of fatigue still in her eyes. I thought you would have at least an hour or so before you could recover. Polaris looked indifferent, and said with a bit of surprise in his eyes. She knew the gold content of these wizards' knowledge, which was the content of her nearly 50 years of research. There are more wizard knowledge content, she has not transmitted it for the time being. I am afraid that the other party will not be able to accept it and cannot deal with it. In her opinion, even the transmission of wizard knowledge just now is a bit too much. Because of the first contact with other wizards, she felt a little strange inside. Without paying attention to controlling the content, a little more is transmitted. When Angelet was accepting, Polaris watched Angelet from the corner of his eye many times. Some are worried that the other party will not be able to bear the spirit because of too much wizard knowledge, resulting in brain tissue injury. Senior Polaris has underestimated me. I can still bear this bit of wizard knowledge. Although it is a bit difficult, but if there is more, I guess it won't work. Angelet said with a chuckle. And Polaris also recognized it in his heart. The disciple of the Green Mother Wizard has his own uniqueness. You're good. Polaris thought for a while, and then said such a room. But it's clear that Polaris isn't the type to talk, either. Then he paused for a while before continuing. When I was at your stage, it would be better if you were better than the people in the lower house. Angelet said slowly. Then, Senior Polaris, I think you should have brought the follow-up of the Dark Tides meditation. Polaris nodded, and then took out an ancient tome of some years from the wizard ring, put it on the table, and pushed it directly to Angelet. This is the follow-up level of the Dark Tides. You can practice to the level of a third-level wizard apprentice, and 9 wizard runes will be born again. According to the content of the wizard's contract, I have already brought you what you want. I need your star potion. Polaris looked at Angelet very seriously, with brown pupils, a little stupefied that no one would have imagined. At least in Angelet's opinion, the opinions and evaluations of those wizard apprentices from the outside world are not very appropriate for Polaris. The other party is a very pure person, even someone purer than Angelet. For such a wizard, Angelet himself is more recognized and willing to get close. At least the other party won't have so many conspiracies and tricks. Of course, it doesn't mean that the other party is a fool, but just too lazy to waste time on these things. Far less important than what you care about. Angelet included the follow-up of the Dark Tides meditation method into the Master Ring. Then, he took out the star potion needed by Polaris. When the potion that glowed with star brilliance was placed on the table, there was nothing else in Polaris' eyes, and he stared at the star potion very seriously. She needs this. Angelet directly pushed the star potion in front of the opponent. He smiled and said, "Senior Polaris, this is what you need. If you still need new potions, you can tell me in advance, find the corresponding raw materials for me, and I will help you refine them." The sincerity of Polaris is very good, there is almost no scheming, nothing to hide. And Angelet naturally reciprocated. Polaris nodded slightly, and then put the star potion into the wizard's ring. She didn't pay too much attention to Angelet's words, although there was such a clause in the wizard's contract. But the wizard potions she needs are relatively high level. Although the other party is a disciple of the Green Mother Wizard, he is a freshman after all, and needs more time to immerse himself in pharmacy before he can display his talent. Polaris doesn't think Angelet at this stage can help her refine the potion she needs. Perhaps, it should be in the theory of learning, basic pharmacy knowledge. Her minimum potion requirements are advanced potions and the like. Under the gaze of some shocked eyes, the two walked out of the Night Wizard Tavern. At the fork in the street where we parted the day before yesterday, we parted again. Only this time, Polaris became a little strange. After walking a few steps, he subconsciously stopped and looked back at Angelet's back. Then continued to walk back to the upper court area. I'm afraid even she herself didn't understand that an unprecedented sense of dependence and trust had been established. Location: Number 22, Mountain Area, in the wizard's residence. Angelet returned to the wizard's residence, and walked straight to the lounge. Then he didn't even have time to take off his clothes, and lay on the bed directly. Endless fatigue hit his heart. Accepting such a huge amount of wizard knowledge made him just want to take a good rest. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. When midnight arrived on time, Angelet, who was lying on the bed, opened her bright and radiant eyes. He has completely recovered his mental state. And now, it's time for today's random check-in. He had a hunch that a better reward might be offered today. With a thought, a familiar light shone in front of my eyes. Light shines in the void in front of you, and finally converges into a single color. And that color is impressively golden. The golden light reflected in the reflection of Angelet's pupils, bringing out the undisguised surprise. Listening to the rising sound in the ear, this actually triggered the monthly sign of this month. Coincidentally, this month is also the last month of the freshman period. New students will be assessed at the end of the month. Soon, the golden light gradually subsided, revealing the situation inside. That was when Thunder Emperor's Art of War was signed in, and similar scenes converged. In the eternal starry sky world, there are bright stars and rivers of stars, and there is also a dead and endless void. It seems that there will be no change for thousands of years. The cosmic dust is floating, forming an indeterminate shape, and spreading to farther places. In the darkness of the farther deep space, there seems to be something else, and the bright green light is reflected in the darkness. A huge object with a strange shape broke through the void and flew past here, similar to an alternative starship. But it is obvious that there is a big problem with this starship, and there are huge sparks on its body, and some internal results are destroyed, and it is estimated that it will fall into this endless dark void. The picture zoomed in again, and when we got to the interior of the starship line, many figures appeared, but none of these figures were human. The two sides seemed to be at a stage of confrontation. One of them is a twisted jelly-like creature, filled with a large number of green eyes, a nightmarish black and bright body, and the shapeless body is wriggling forward with a stench, flowing 6 times over and over again. It occupies the entrance and exit of the entire cab, and is still continuously crowded in. It is like a mass of amorphous protoplasmic swollen bubbles. pus-like eyes are constantly forming and decomposing on the surface of the mud-like body. With extreme malice, unknown, greed. Even Angelet, who was watching this scene, had some mental discomfort. And in the cockpit, what exists is the existence of controlling the spaceship. A creature resembling a gigantic spindle-shaped vat, with protruding knobs on the top and bottom of the barrel, and from the knobs extend 5 long, flat arms. The lengths taper at the ends. There are starfish-like appendages at the bottom of the body, and the 5-pointed star head at the top has 5 eyes, 5 siphons, and a large number of ciliated tissues. The 5 eyes are in the shape of strange blue eyeballs, looking angrily at the strange life form in front of them. He let out his own roar. "Shoggoth, you dare to betray me, you slave, you actually committed the crime." The ancient purple crystal, full of crystal clearness, appeared in front of the figure, and then suddenly released the huge energy fluctuations in it. It directly covered the entire starry skyline ship, and also covered and shrouded the life forms called Shoggoths. In an instant, the restrained method engraved in the gene of Shoggoth was activated, and the entire amorphous black and bright body began to collapse. The densely packed green eyeballs also exploded directly. However, the entire starship line also exploded directly because of the explosion of the purple crystal. The energy of the purple crystal began to cover a wider area, and the several kilometers of cosmic dust accumulations around it were also directly melted and evaporated, and even a nearby dead star completely disappeared under the inclination of this purple energy fluctuation. Angelet's expression vibrated. Such power, such level of energy fluctuations. This is simply too exaggerated. How much energy is stored in the small purple spar? Compared to the world of wizards, it is at least something that can only be done at the level of the great wizard of the Black Sun. All the pictures began to gather together in a unified way, and finally condensed continuously, forming a purple ancient crystal. But it can be clearly seen that this is somewhat different from the purple crystal in the picture. The color is more void and pure white, as if all the energy in it has been exhausted. Reminder. Successful random sign in today, monthly sign, reward, ancient crystal. Quality, gold. Content, the glorious race from the distant void, the ultimate knowledge embodiment of the ancients, the perfect creation, the absolute crystallization of technology. Function, it can store any form of energy and transcribe any form of energy, and the upper limit of storage is extremely high, except for a certain amount of consumption during the transcription process. Use. Imprint your own imprint through mental power, so as to master the use. While transcribing the relevant energy, you need to use a copy of the energy that needs to be transcribed as a medium. Supplement. The energy in the crystal of the ancient has been completely consumed, and it needs to be replenished, so the quality is golden. In Angelet's hand, he was holding a purple spar that exuded a faint gleam. It looked very beautiful, almost a crystal clear color, and Angelet's palm print could be seen directly. But only Angelet can know the power of this purple spar. The relevant information has been completely known by him. Subconsciously squeeze the ancient crystal in his hand, recalling those 2 species full of mysterious properties. He still doesn't understand. That is another race in the starry sky. I really want to do anatomical research. Angelet licked his lips. The ancient crystal is very useful to him, which is equivalent to a universal device for converting and storing energy. It can absorb the energy released by sunlight, or direct kinetic energy, or the energy particles used by gangsters. It is then transformed into a kind of energy that Angelet needs. If it is the transformed natural energy particles of the wizarding world, even if Angelet goes to another world, there will be no pressure or difficulty. There are sufficient natural energy particles to supplement, and it is not affected by different environments. It is also of great help to Angelet's research on the path of the elemental wizard. But it is a little pity that the energy of the ancient crystal has been consumed. Angelet is also required to recharge. Angelet took the ancient crystal and came to the dragon's nest in the cultivation room. He wants to experiment with some of his conjectures first to see if they can be realized. In the same way, it is also to test the effect of the ancient crystal, whether it is as described in the introduction. Feeling the arrival of Angelet's breath, the black-armored young dragon stretched out a slender head from the dragon's nest, and its dark eyes stared at Angelet, full of excitement and longing. I haven't seen it for a few days, and the body of the black-armored young dragon has begun to take shape. Because there is not enough energy intake, the development seems to be a little bad. Angelet reached out and patted the head of the black-armored young dragon, and then held the ancient crystal with both hands. Then, Angelet's spiritual power entered the inside of the ancient crystal. Soon, he left his mark on it. A somewhat handy feeling was transmitted from the ancient crystal to Angelet's heart. Then Angelet began to pour out part of the energy particles from his right hand and entered into the crystal of the elder. Immediately, the purple crystal clear ancient crystal began to emit purple shimmer, absorbing Angelet's energy particles. And started storing. The Eye of Truth started to work, and analyzed some of the situations in which the ancient crystals absorbed energy particles. Target: Ancient Crystal. Current energy status: 0.0001%. Charging in progress. Function: it can store energy and transcribe energy, and the consumption varies with energy. Although Angelet had already expected it in his heart, he was still surprised by the value of the stored energy of the ancient crystal. It is estimated that if Angelet is drained, whether it can be charged to 0.001% is a big problem. Fortunately, Angelet's plan is to use the elder crystal to absorb natural energy particles. Angelet injected about 0.0003% of energy particles into the crystal of the elder. This has already consumed nearly 50% of the energy particles in his body. Then, Angelet took out a stone that exuded red light from the wizard ring. This is some kind of ore that contains the energy of the fire element. It can be used to make witchcraft, and it is one of the extraordinary materials. The moment the red stone was taken out by Angelet, the black-armored young dragon stared at the red stone with two swarthy eyes, unable to look away. Angelet then put the red stone on the body of the ancient crystal. In almost just 1 second, the crystal of the ancients completely absorbed the extraordinary energy on the red stone. Hint: the ancient crystal has successfully stored the energy particles of the fire element, whether to transcribe it. Angelet had some confidence in her heart, and said to the black young dragon with a smile, "Little guy, your food source is here." Inside the laboratory, Angelet began working on mastering the alternating shadows aspect of witchcraft. As for the ancient crystal, he placed it in the dragon's nest, supplying the growth of the black-armored young dragon. As for the source of energy, it is transcribed by the crystal of the ancients. Angelet is responsible for finding some easily accessible secondary energy, or setting up a special energy-gathering wizard formation. In the void in front of him, Angelet has absorbed and mastered some wizard knowledge related to the shadow alternation witchcraft. The Eye of Truth is worthy of being a reward of the red quality, and it is of great help to Angelet. It can be said that after this journey, Angelet has reached the strength he currently possesses. Both have a lot to do with the Eye of Truth. The alternate use of shadows needs to be applied to 102 witchcraft runes. Among the 9 wizard runes I have, most of them are contained, only a small part, none. Although it still can't be used, it's like the accumulated shadow corruption and shadow world witchcraft. But Angelet's follow-up meditation method, as well as the experimental data of Polaris Elemental Wizard, have already been obtained. This problem is no longer a problem. Angelet began to immerse herself in the advanced research on the Dark Tides meditation method. The Eye of Truth assisted him, allowing him to sort out some of the key points very smoothly. It is even possible to meditate on the 10th wizard rune immediately. This only took half a day. When the sun dispels the darkness and shines through the clouds. Angelet also walked out of the laboratory and came to the window sill. Looking at the surrounding forest, those poisonous extraordinary creatures released by him and raised in free range. Imprisonment in the dungeon is not an option either. It is very likely that some extraordinary properties of poisonous extraordinary creatures will be weakened. For Angelet's own practice of mixing poison and refining body witchcraft, some effects will be weakened. Every wizard residence area is blocked by the relevant wizard formation, so don't worry, outsiders will break into it. In the void in front of me, the information processing situation of the Eye of Truth appeared. Reminder: the Polaris Elemental Wizard experimental data is in progress. There are 3 stages in total. It is expected that the first stage will be processed after 24 hours. Angelet has a solid idea, at least before the end of this month, the processing of the data from the Polaris Elemental Wizard experiment will be completed. The corresponding witchcraft can also get the conditions to perform. Just enough to deal with the freshman assessment. Although, Angelet already had enough confidence to deal with the wizard of the Zijinhua family. But a little more means is also a good thing. Angelet returned to the laboratory, putting on the experimental clothes and holding a biological scalpel in his hand. On the experimental table, there are some poisonous extraordinary creatures tied up. In the next month, Angelet is determined to completely advance the progress of the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft to the 4th stage. The extraordinary flame in the crucible was ignited, and the corresponding cooking water was added. Angelet began to process the flesh of the poisonous transcendent creature in front of him. The venom was extracted out with ease. Then, it is to cut off the part that has no meat and cannot be eaten. The most essence of meat was thrown into the crucible. Cook it in advance. Today, Angelet is going to change the taste and eat in an alternative way. For this reason, he even studied how to make it in advance. I still have some thoughts, and I want to write a wizard cookbook on how to make various extraordinary creature delicacies. Time passed slowly. The 24 hours passed quickly. And in the laboratory, Angelet was practicing the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining body throughout the day. And there has been plenty of progress. Angelet's whole body and skin have undergone great changes. Originally, due to the transformation of the wizard's physique, it was full of fairness. But at this moment, it is slightly dark and full of luster, as if it has been tempered. Special lines and traces appeared on the surface of the skin, which seemed to have a somewhat mysterious color inside. Only Angelet knew that this was a sign of successful practice of mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. The extraordinary nature is displayed in these special lines. When the 5th stage is reached, these special lines will come together to form a real wizard battle body. In terms of strength, there will be an essential improvement. The strength of the body has been raised to another level. Angelet squeezed his fist, then waved it towards the void in front of him. Immediately, the void seemed to be driven by the heavy force of this punch, and there was a deep sound. The strong wind directly bombarded some instruments on the test bench to the ground. If the strong wind was stronger, even relying on the strong wind alone, it would be able to directly kill some weaker wizard apprentices. This is the horror of the battle body wizard. The strongest will always be the pair of indestructible fists and the absolute physique that ignores energy damage. Reminder: the host's mixing poison and refining body witchcraft is in the 3rd stage of transformation, the current progress, 100% Bill. There was a smile on Angelet's face. It had already reached 30%, and it was not far from 100%. This month is enough time. Inside the lounge, Angelet was in her notebook, writing new additions to her wizarding path. Every time you write, you can further improve and get more fulfillment. The detailed planning of the wizard's road is very important, because this can prevent your wizarding path from being deviated over a long period of time. And it's also a relief for Angelet. Every wizard is accompanied by time and loneliness, which will naturally cause some special mental illnesses in the long run. 4. There is also the pressure related to wizard experiments. All kinds of oppression will make a wizard's mental state even more unbearable. There are many types of this mental illness, but they also need to be alleviated. There are different ways to alleviate it according to different wizards. For example, the simplest thing is to vent. Witnessing the pain of other beings can bring relief to one's spirit. Especially when you are the practitioner, the degree of relief will reach the highest. There are some intelligent life slave trades in the free zone. Apart from the needs of experiments, it is also convenient for some wizards to buy slaves for venting. There are also some wizards who vent their desire to mate, but these two ways of venting have hidden dangers. It is easy to lead to addiction, and then the mental power is completely out of control, leading to more serious consequences. Angelet has heard some rumors. For example, Dr. Crow dissects various creatures to vent his anger. Especially the extraordinary creatures, they are their favorites. The more bats in the sky, the more. As for Angelet herself, by writing the content of the wizard's path related to herself, and constantly adding details, to relax accordingly. Time slowly came to night. Angelet doesn't have any classes today. There are all biology and anatomy classes tomorrow. It happened to be able to visit Dr. Crow's related laboratories ahead of schedule. Learn about specific jobs. Lena's phalanx was placed on the table by Angelet. At this time, Reina's soul body emerged from the phalanx. He gestured something with his hands. Angelet carefully identified it, and knew what Reyna meant. Okay, little Lena, Big Brother knows that you want to help me, but you should take good care of your soul now. Big Brother has found a way, and will resurrect you when the time comes. Come and help Big Brother at that time, okay. Angelet smiled and touched Lena's head, and then guided her mentally. It made little Lena feel a little drowsy, and then went straight back to the middle of the phalanx, and fell into a deep sleep. Angelet looked at Lena's finger bones, and said softly, Lena, there are some things, let the Big Brother do it, you just need to rest now. Angelet knew very well that the moongrass could not keep Reyna in the best state of her soul and body. As time goes by, the state will eventually get worse and worse. In addition to continuing to search for supernatural items related to the soul, Angelet is going to put the Avatar witchcraft on the agenda. Simply, Angelet's level of wizard knowledge is getting deeper and deeper. In the distance, the days when we can try to analyze and understand the witchcraft in Avatar will not be too far away. Probably, you only need to advance to the 3rd level wizard apprentice, and then you can try it out. Reminder: the first phase of the North Star Element Wizard experimental data has been successfully analyzed, and the following relevant wizard knowledge has been mastered. Key points of dark element control, advanced energetics, highly mastery of energy particles, dark energy mastery. Angelet looked at the prompt in the void in front of him, and then walked slowly into the laboratory. 24 hours have come. Ange can also use the hard work of an extreme wizard apprentice for nearly 50 years. This is equivalent to the value of coming here. It is very precious, and Angelet is also a little excited. Then he quickly adjusted his mentality. With a thought, a lot of wizard knowledge was transferred to Angelet's mind. Various research screens related to elements, as well as the application, mastery, and details of various elements. All of which made Angelet eagerly ingested. His level of elemental knowledge is also constantly deepening, and he has more thoughts on his path as a wizard, and more details to add. Gradually, Angelet gradually became addicted to it, attracted by the vast knowledge of wizards. And in a state of hunger and thirst. And it's out of control. Time passed slowly, and Angelet, who was caught in this state, did not know the trace of time passing. When it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the feeling that was almost imprinted in his bones made Angelet withdraw from this obsessive state. Angelet was full of surprises, and said to himself, Polaris's attainment of elemental energy is really beyond the imagination of ordinary wizards. It's so vast, so many, and it's enough for all aspects. Understood, I really deserve to be a well-known extreme wizard apprentice. If such an extreme wizard apprentice only studies one direction, then she can almost be regarded as the strongest authority in that direction. It even gave a bit of the feeling of the Green Mother Wizard, which made Angelet feel. This is the gold content of a real extreme wizard apprentice. The attainment is very deep. What they are short of is just a reborn test. However, it was this test of breaking through as a formal wizard that stopped nearly 70% of the ultimate wizard apprentices. The chance of breaking through is not as high as ordinary wizard apprentices imagine. Angelet can conclude that even some official wizards cannot compare with Polaris attainments in terms of elemental energy knowledge. This is only part of the wizard knowledge that Polaris has studied. There are more sophisticated, and deeper studies of elemental energy that have not been passed on to Angelet. In subsequent transactions, it will be gradually transmitted to Angelet. The content of wizard knowledge in the first stage allowed me to gain nearly 15 levels of energy research expansion, and downgrade about 20 witchcraft runes. With shock in Angelet's eyes, he took a deep breath. Gradually, he restrained himself. Because of the breakthrough progress he had made these days, he was somewhat complacent. Every wizard has its own strengths and strengths. It is impossible to perfect every aspect. The content of the research also has its differences, even if they are extremely similar, but in terms of details, there are many differences. Angelet also let go of her impetuosity, and no longer underestimated any wizards. There must be awe and respect, and it is in it. To some extent, Angelet, who had such an idea now, has become more perfect. There will be fewer flaws in character. In the laboratory, Angelet tentatively began to outline the newly obtained witchcraft runes for meditation. Then add it to the original 9 wizard runes. After testing by the Eye of Truth, these 20 or so witchcraft runes have the witchcraft that Angelet wants to master, and several key witchcraft runes. In other words, as long as Angelet adds these 20 or so witchcraft runes to his 9 wizard runes, he will have no difficulty. Unleashed incomparably smoothly, those witchcrafts that Angelet had already mastered thoroughly. This is good news for Angelet. Angelet began to immerse herself in the meditative sketches of the corresponding witchcraft runes. And time was slowly passing by, and even Angelet temporarily forgot about today's random check-in. When the sky changed from night to dawn, the sun pierced through the clouds and brought light to the earth. The figure sitting cross-legged in the laboratory finally frowned a little, but still didn't open it. In Angelet's space of consciousness, it is still the familiar dark world. Above are the stars created by the 9 wizard runes, illuminating the depth of the darkness, and also illuminating the faint outline flowing traces below. A pair of eyes exuding light golden data streams existed next to the 9 wizard runes, and I don't know how long they have been there. Seems to have existed a long time ago. The pale golden light of the data flow is constantly fluctuating, as if it is using some kind of function. Angelet's spiritual power poured out continuously following the analysis traces of the Eye of Truth, and next to the 9 wizard runes, he continued to meditate and outline the corresponding missing witchcraft runes. Witchcraft runes are much simpler than wizard runes. Although, to some extent, the difficulty is also higher. But compared with the wizard rune, it is like a single stroke and stroke, corresponding to the complete text. What Angelet has to do now is to add these strokes to the complete text. It should be noted that the integrity of the text should not disturb the original rationality. Otherwise, the reasonable balance created by the entire 9 wizard runes will be broken. Then Angelet's mental strength will also be greatly affected. For it will also go backwards. It takes a huge amount of time to continue to break the level of the wizard rune and reconnect the corresponding level. The strength of the balance connection also represents how strong a wizard's foundation is. How easily it could be broken would be an absolute nightmare to add another rune of sorcery. And Angelet's wizard rune balance is absolutely unprecedented. Not to mention the bonuses in various aspects of physique, just the Eye of Truth or those precious wizard potions that have been taken. It is enough to make Angelet's spiritual power and the connection between the wizard's runes into the most powerful existence. At this moment, in front of the pale golden eyes of data light, there began to be witchcraft runes of the same dark color, which began to be shaped out of thin air. And Angelet's mental power is also in constant consumption. But in the current situation, Angelet has no pressure at all. The shaping of the corresponding witchcraft runes is also extremely easy. This is the benefit of Angelet's Eye of Truth. Some of the difficulties outlined in meditation and the degree of effort have been analyzed in advance. Over time, witchcraft runes were outlined by Angelet's meditation. And, under Angelet's perfect control, it was directly integrated into the 9 wizard runes. When the last rune of witchcraft was incorporated into the balance of wizard runes, the pale golden eyes of the song in the consciousness space revealed a bit of bleakness. In the real world, in the laboratory, Angelet's eyes slowly opened. A powerful momentum emanated out. Those eyes are full of unknowns and mysteries, and even have star-like brilliance. Angelet let out a long breath slowly. This time the harvest was really great. The first part of Polaris elemental wizard knowledge has been successfully analyzed, and the 25 witchcraft runes obtained from it have all been added to Angelet's wizard rune balance. Balance. Although Angelet's wizard rune is balanced, it has dropped a bit, but compared to the results and buffs it brings, that's a lot of money to make. Angelet has been able to use those witchcraft that were previously unusable. Angelet stood up from sitting cross-legged, and then with a thought, started today's random check-in. Although the time shifted from 12 midnight to 9 in the morning, it was an insignificant matter. For this random check-in, Angelet didn't have any premonition. Therefore, he is not sure what kind of reward it is. Soon, with a thought, a familiar light appeared in front of Angelet. The light kept flickering, and finally, in Angelet's perspective, a color was determined. That is the most unpretentious white. Angelet was also expecting this result. Sometimes, one has to believe in a special hunch. This premonition is very likely, and it will pay off richly for you. Reminder: sign in successfully today and get a reward, pure white rabbit milk candy. Angelet tore off the wrapping paper in her hand, and put it into her mouth. Not bad, it still tastes the same as before, it's still the kind of fudge I like to eat. not the hard candy that has taken over most of the market. After the sign-in episode was over, Angelette came to the balcony and watched the weather outside. The sun is shining brightly, and it looks like spring has returned again. But according to the time period of the festival, it should be winter now. Soon to be colder. Angelette looked at the many poisonous supernatural creatures that survived in the mountainous area. Without the comfort of dungeons and cages, their lives are very moist. But obviously, they couldn't bear the cold of this winter. Angelette calculated it. According to the current temperature, in a month's time, when the cold winter comes, it should not be so fast. Therefore, they are ready to let these poisonous extraordinary creatures live in the forest area. With a thought, the corresponding data panel is displayed in the void in front of you. Host: Angelette. Current physique: 32. Current mental power: 22.5. Energy particles: 220 directions. Elemental witchcraft: black sun walking, shadow corrosion, shadow piercing, shadow world, natural heart, shadow replacement. Special witchcraft: incarnation, hand of alchemy, cross-border trade witchcraft. Battle body witchcraft: mixing poison and refining body, 3 stages. Strategy: thunder emperor, flesh melting point base stage. Wizard physique: star body. Innate ability: manipulate starlight, evolve nothingness. Qualification: 4 grades. Level: Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Meditation method: Dark Tides, 9 Wizard Runes. Pharmacy: Basic Pharmacy Knowledge, Advanced Pharmacy Knowledge. Pharmaceutical Formula: Low Level, Azure Potion, Blood Roland Potion, Crimson Potion, Nightmare Potion. Medium: Dreamless Sleep Potion, Back to Origin Potion. Bryn Flavor Potion. Higher Level: Blooming Miracle Potion. Magic Stone: 10 items. Red, Black Sun Key Inheritance. Gold, Ancient Crystal, Fire Dragon Sword. Purple, Wizard Ring, Star Potion X2. Blue, Meteorite Sword, Invisibility Cloak, Tears of the Crystal Goddess, Blood Roland Potion X1. Angelette's physical body has increased by 2 points, which is considered a relatively large increase. And the original goal of 30 poisonous extraordinary creatures has also been completed by 1/3. 10 poisonous superhuman creatures entered Angelette's stomach. And the spiritual power also increased by a full 0.5 during the meditation of 25 witchcraft runes. Angelette was relatively satisfied, and stretched out his mental power, directly hitting a mosquito that was constantly flying in front of him. Squeezed to death directly. The control over the materialization of mental power has also been improved, and Angelette's overall data are all rising steadily. Angelette strode to the testing ground. Now, it's time to experiment with the data of the corresponding witchcraft. Of the newly added 25 witchcraft runes, 1/3 of them can be used by the Shadow Alternation witchcraft. 2/3 of them can be used by the Shadow Corrosion witchcraft. There is still the last, Shadow World witchcraft left, and this witchcraft has a very high level. Even for ordinary official wizards, if they want to master it, they have to spend a lot of time studying energy science, space science, illusion science, material science, spiritual origin science, and many other complicated subjects. Only in this way can I ensure that I can initially understand the wizard knowledge of the shadow world. Understand what some of the principles are. But Angelette is still far from being so violent. These 25 witchcraft runes, compared with the more than 3,000 witchcraft runes required by the Shadow World witchcraft, can be said to be a drop in the bucket. It also needs continuous accumulation to enrich one's knowledge level of wizards and group travel. Following Angelette's thought, soon, many human targets made of memory metal rose up in the test field. First of all, what Angelette is going to try is the sorcery of Shadow Corrosion. The spiritual power continuously attracts specific witchcraft runes among the 9 wizard runes, and then the balance of the entire wizard runes begins to play a role. In the spiritual world, the 9 stars began to shine, and the spiritual power was constantly being consumed. In reality, with Angelette as the center, the energy particles of the surrounding world also began to be touched by the spiritual force, helping. Plus some assistance from Angelette's own energy particles. Soon, some unique reactions occurred. It is Angelette's own energy particles, which are beginning to absorb the surrounding natural energy particles of heaven and earth. Originally, the energy particles released by Anglet were in a relatively crystal clear pure white color. Among them are the weaker star power and void power. It is almost impossible to produce effects, unless Anglet uses all the energy particles and mental power together. Can use a little bit of nothingness to attack. But at this moment, because of the successful activation of the shadow corrosion, witchcraft, the color of Anglet's self-energy particles is also undergoing slight changes. This kind of change is very rapid, and originally only weak dots began to appear. Then very obvious spots formed, as if infecting the original pure white energy particles. Anglet's eyes were also slightly surprised. Because the changing situation was enough to attract his attention. The properties of his energy particles began to be generated little by little, the most obvious being the traces of these spots. The eye of truth kicks in. Reminder. It is detected that the properties of energy particles are changing, and the estimated time is 2 hours. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of Anglet's mouth. It turns out that the transformation of attributes does not happen overnight, but needs to be changed step by step. After these special spots have completely covered all the energy particles, it will be considered a success. And because it was done outside the body, the purity of Anglet's energy particles was not completely affected by such property changes. It's just that when it is used, the trend is changed by the energy particle of the property. It is equivalent to Anglet using the energy particles of an official wizard in an alternative way to fight. Although, these energy particles cannot be used to perform witchcraft. But as a formal wizard, he has gone through a series of transformations. Energy particles, as well as comprehensively crushing wizard apprentices, are even comparable to most witchcraft formidable power. It is a relatively powerful and universal method. Anglet thought for a while, and needed to find a container to hold these energy particles after property changes. It cannot be absorbed into the body again, otherwise it will affect other energy particles. Lose purity. Anglet would not do such a self-destructive thing. Time passed, and it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And Anglet also found a device that can carry attribute energy particles. That is the shell left behind by a special poisonous extraordinary creature. Similar to an alternative black sphere, it can be used to carry these properties and can be particles. Because of its own toxic residue, it can further warm and nourish these attribute energy particles. It is worth mentioning that Anglet used the attribute energy particles created by the shadow corrosion witchcraft. Its attribute is poisonous energy particles with corrosive properties. It just happened to be able to complement each other incrementally, adding some deadly toxins to the original corrosive properties. Any life affected by Anglet's poisonous energy particles will have no possibility of survival. The substantive mental power lifted a black ball about the size of a small watermelon and floated behind Anglet. In this way, Anglet's mental power can also be regularly exercised to materialize manipulation. Another way to increase the strength of mental power. As for the poisonous energy particles in the black ball, after using them, Anglet can use the shadow corrosion witchcraft to make them. In the testing ground, Anglet took the initiative to enter in front of the puppet target. The biological anatomy class is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are still about 2 hours left. Just in time for the test of the remaining shadow alternation witchcraft. Because of the particularity of the alternation of shadows witchcraft, Anglet will have such behavior. He wants to set up his own shadow marker in front of the puppet target in front of him. At the same time, in the room observed inside, a shadow mark point has also been set up. As for the last marker, Anglet is going to use it when facing another dull target. Test the data of the shadow alternation witchcraft. Soon, with Anglet's spiritual force being attracted and energy particles being consumed, a looming black shadow appeared in front of the corresponding puppet target. If you don't look carefully, you may even miss it directly. This is Anglet's shade marker. Next, Anglet walked to the puppet target that was a little farther away from the shadow mark. Then, Anglet's hands showed faint shadow traces, and suddenly touched the body of the puppet target. In an instant, special shadow fluctuations appeared, and Anglet's figure disappeared in place. But at the same place, there appeared the shadow mark left by Anglet in front of the previous puppet target. And Anglet appeared in front of the previous puppet target. The things that happened are very fast, it can be said that they are transferred at the speed of a thought. After that, no matter how fast the witchcraft is, Angelet still has the confidence to divert the face. Then Angelet had a sudden thought, and the shadow mark that had been transferred before began to explode in an instant. The looming pitch-black shadow instantly turned into an overwhelming shadow, completely covering the environment around the puppet target. It's not over yet. Angelet transferred to the observation room again through the shadow mark of the shadow alternation witchcraft. The area where Angelet was originally located appeared. There was a dark shadow in the observation room. Then, Angelet manipulated again, and that jet-black shadow instantly scattered out, turning into 4 shadow spikes, directly piercing through the entire puppet target. From the transfer, to using the original shadow mark to perform witchcraft attacks, it can be said to be done in one go, without any gap time. These data tests gave Angelet a good understanding of the two witchcrafts of shadow corrosion and shadow alternation. Can be used in combat, and this kind of witchcraft is almost impossible for the enemy to guard against. Even some seasoned and experienced veteran wizard apprentices will be directly recruited if they are not careful. Angelet was not the kind of pedantic person when he was fighting, he would still use tricks and so on. Next, it is to continue to analyze the remaining 2 stages of the data of the Polaris Element Wizard experiment, supplementing his own knowledge of wizards. Then there is the progress of the practice of mixing poison and refining body witchcraft, reaching the 4th stage as soon as possible. Improve physical fitness and physical strength. Then you can practice some small skills in Thunder Emperor's Art of War, increase the strength of the physical body, and use energy particles to stimulate the strength level of the physical body. Angelet, I'll arrange the next thing. Angelet returned to the lounge and checked the time. It was now around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's almost time to go to the Dark Wizard Academy and take the biological anatomy course of Dr. Crow. But while on the road Gujao, Angelet has been thinking about some uses of his natural abilities. The improvement of the physical body, as well as the improvement of the spiritual power, can make Angelet feel his natural ability, and there is also a slight improvement. At least the sense of presence is revealed. As for reaching the point where it can be used, it is still a little far away. Especially the power of nothingness is extremely difficult. However, the requirements for the power of starlight are not so great, and it can be used tentatively in advance. Thinking about it, Angelet, who was walking on the road in the mountainous area, subconsciously activated his mental power and energy particles. Soon, a unique starlight appeared on the hand. The next moment, the starlight directly scattered out, directly entrenched the poisonous supernatural creature on the tree, trying to attack Angelet. A green poisonous snake was hit by 7 inches. The extremely high temperature directly burned through this poisonous extraordinary creature. Angelet became a little surprised. It turned out that his star power used high temperature to inflict damage. Starlight is also a kind of light. When the light continuously converges to one point, it will naturally have great lethality. But Angelet felt that his natural ability must not be so simple. There should be more usages. These all require him to go to a trial development and use. Soon, the Dark Wizard Academy arrived, and Angelet accepted the surprised gazes of many wizard apprentices with a calm expression. Obviously, the rumors about him and Polaris have developed again. But he doesn't care much as long as it doesn't affect his wizarding path. Soon, Angelet walked to the gate of the biological anatomy class. Before he opened the door to enter, he noticed a familiar figure walking towards this side. It made Angelet a little surprised, but it was a very coincidence. Outside the classroom door of the biological anatomy class, Angelet just raised his hand to open the door to enter, when 2 familiar figures walked over in his perception. It was Sophia and Freya. When they saw Angelet, they also had expressions of surprise on their faces. The changes between the 2 sides are really too big. After spending these days, Angelet's skin has become fairer after not seeing the sun for a long time, even to the point of being sick. And the facial features are also gradually shaped by the battle body. From the original weak and handsome, they become a little more heroic and hard, and the body is also more straight. Freya and Sophia, the changes in the past these days also surprised Angelet. The face and eyes became firmer, and there was a temperament and aura that only a wizard would have. From the breath, the strength has reached the level of a wizard apprentice, and has its own self-energy particles. I just don't know whether to learn witchcraft. Long time no see, Angelette. Freya, the girl who had a little friction with Angelette because of some childish thoughts on the boat, was a little more calm. I can no longer see the innocence of the past, and I am greeting Angelette with a smile. Angelette nodded slightly. Sophia seems to be a little introverted and doesn't talk much, but the confidence exuded by Freya can't be faked. Freya said, "It seems that you, Angelette, are also here to attend Dr. Crow's biological anatomy class. Let's go together." Can. The three walked into the classroom, still chatting from time to time. There are only about a dozen people left on the big ship, and the rest of them don't know what's going on. If it's possible, I really want to get together with everyone. Although Freya said so, it can be seen from the expression on her face that she also knows that this is a relatively naive and impossible thing to do. Now the freshmen have fully integrated into the Dark Wizard Academy. No one knows what the other party's current situation is like. Have you acquired the shaman meditation method and become a real shaman? But obviously, Freya and Sophia did it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a confident wizard atmosphere. Freya said, "Aya and Kaelin have completely disappeared since the Lord Bone Demon Sorcerer told the story. I don't know what they are doing, but it seems that they have obtained their own channel and become a real wizard." Angelette listened, and said, "The end of this month is the time for the freshman assessment, and we will see the outcome at that time, no matter which freshman will participate in it." When Angelette said this, there was an inexplicable deep meaning in his eyes. And what exists in the eyes is a clever murderous intent that cannot be erased. Those two women, and the wizard from the Zijinhua family. The place where freshmen are assessed is the place where Angelette chooses for them to bury their bones. There's no better grave than a rift of rebirth. Zijinhua's wizard thinks so. Coincidentally, he also thought so. Angelette chose a seat where she used to sit. Put the wizard manual on the table, waiting for the arrival of Dr. Crow. Generally, the courses of this kind of extreme wizard apprentices will be stuck in the last 1 or 2 seconds, and they will push the door to enter. Obviously, Dr. Crow, there will be no exception. When the time was 4 o'clock, at the last minute, Dr. Crow pushed the door open. Today's biological anatomy class began to tell. Dr. Crow also took an extraordinary creature as an example to dissect it. Coincidentally, it is also a poisonous extraordinary creature. But now Dr. Crow is just talking about basic biological anatomy, and Angelette has reached perfection. For the dissection of poisonous extraordinary creatures, there are not many wizards in the entire House of Commons that can compare. Ever since, he didn't listen much, these are the foundations, and he has fully comprehended them. Start thinking about applying your natural abilities. The starlight ability does not only have the characteristic of ultra-high temperature, there should be other things. Starlight represents light, which can form a special ability that affects the enemy's senses, or it is the opposite of everything, using the characteristics of starlight to form a flipped cold starlight. Time passed by, and Angelette had more and more ideas about his star power. There are many ideas, and Angelette wants to start experimenting immediately. Soon, it was time for get out of class to end. Dr. Crow didn't panic and pushed the door open for a long time to leave. He had already received the news from Angelette on the wizard mark. Although the students in the classroom were very surprised by Dr. Crow's waiting, they all left the classroom with great knowledge and interest. When the students in the classroom were almost gone, Angelette took the initiative to walk towards Dr. Crow. "Senior Crow, I'm really sorry, I want you to wait for me." "It's okay, let's go. My laboratory is set up in the area of the lower courtyard, not in the upper courtyard, mainly for the convenience of the operation of the experiment." Dr. Crow nodded and said. Then he walked out of the classroom quickly. And Angelette followed suit. There were still 7 or 8 wizard apprentices in the classroom, but they did not leave the classroom. When I saw this picture, my heart was shocked, and I had a faint feeling of unreality. Among them, Freya and Sophia's feelings must be the biggest shock. Originally, the two of them only regarded the news passed by the Dark Wizard Academy recently, and it was just a false news that was passed on. After all, Polaris and Dr. Crow are extreme wizard apprentices, how could they get so close to a freshman? But now I really see Angelette walking with the Crow Doctor, and the Crow Doctor is still waiting for Angelette. The two were shocked immediately, knowing that there was nothing wrong with the news conveyed in the Dark Wizard Academy. It's a real one, Freya said to Sophia. Angelette is still as on a big ship, so easy to surprise people. His character is still as usual, indifferent, as if he can treat everything normally. This is what strength and confidence bring. Freya gradually understood some truths. Learned from Angelette. What is the reason for Angelette to get in touch with the two extreme Netmaster apprentices? None of that matters anymore. Sophia also couldn't help but said, the gap between people is really huge. I thought the two of us had a relationship with a third-level wizard apprentice brother, and it was already among the freshmen. It's amazing. After all, the third-level wizard apprentices are students of the upper school, and generally they have started to have some contacts and resources. But I didn't expect that Angelette, who had always been mysterious and indifferent on the big ship, found a channel relationship that was even more exaggerated than the two of them. This is the ultimate wizard apprentice. The existence that can have the opportunity to advance to the official wizard. Polaris is going to be promoted to an official wizard for the first time within 100 years. Freya agreed. Angelette is probably the most promising wizard among our freshmen. Then he said confidently, however, we will not be bad. The senior said that as long as we pass the freshman assessment, he can match us up and also establish a relationship with an extreme wizard apprentice. Even behind that senior, there is an official relationship with a wizard, although the relationship is very partial, but there is also a certain connection. When thinking of this, Sophia also laughed. Yeah, AEBB, the two of them won't be too far behind Angelette. Now the self-energy particle is also born, and I have learned two kinds of witchcraft. Among the freshmen, they are also the most powerful group. Perhaps, Angelette is also the same as them, a first-level wizard apprentice. Angelette taught us a truth on the big ship, and it made me realize a truth again when I was an apprentice of the Dark Wizard. The quality of a wizard. Freya dispelled the pride and complacency in her heart because of her own strength. Because my experiment requires a lot of manpower, for the sake of convenience, I moved the laboratory and residence to a remote residential area in the business district of the lower court, just enough to allow me to conduct the experiment with peace of mind. Dr. Crow and Angelette were walking on the street outside the Dark Wizard Academy. Headed towards the place that Dr. Crow said. Dr. Crow was walking, still talking with Angelette. However, because of his temperament, his tone seemed a little cold. There are still too few wizard apprentices that can be found in the lower court, which meets my requirements. Those wizard apprentices selected by me will come to my laboratory starting from January 1st next year to assist me in the experiments. Quote, I just don't know, Junior, what level of wizard anatomy you have reached. A light golden light of data flashed in Angelette's eyes, and then some information about himself was revealed. It's about wizard anatomy. Target. Angelette. Anatomy level. Advanced wizard anatomy, 70%. Angelette was originally just basic wizard anatomy rounded out. However, as the number of times he dissected poisonous extraordinary creatures increased, the level of wizard anatomy also continued to improve. Up to now, it is expected to be able to have the level of advanced wizard anatomy. It's all honed over time. So Angelette spoke out truthfully. A look of surprise appeared in Dr. Crow's eyes. Angelette, you seem to be a freshman, right? As far as I know, the freshman assessment is still a month away. Your progress in wizard anatomy really shocked me. I'm afraid that in the entire House of Commons, there are only a few people who can compare with your wizard anatomy. Your potential is indeed very great, and there is nothing wrong with the vision of the Green Mother Wizard. Dr. Crow said in admiration. As long as you are given a certain amount of time, you will definitely become the leader of the new generation of wizards in the Underdark. I look forward to it very much. If it is said that Dr. Crow valued Angelette only because of the influence of the Green Mother Wizard behind her. Right now, it's the potential that Angelette has shown directly, and it's astonishing. The views on Angelette have also changed, and they are more important. As an apprentice of an extreme wizard, Dr. Crow can actually be compared to a formal wizard in some respects. Eyesight. Nature is no small matter. Knowing the meaning of raising wizard anatomy to an advanced level within 2 months. And in the advanced stage, they are all relatively in-depth. Earlier, Angelet seemed to have said that his progress was only the completion of basic anatomy. Wizarding anatomy takes time to hone. There is only one result that can explain that Angelet has sufficient talent, and in this short period of time, he has dissected at least a dozen extraordinary creatures to reach this level. Diligence plus talent, this is a very scary thing. Angelet, the disciple of the Green Mother Wizard in front of me, really has a bright future. Dr. Crow's residence has arrived. It is a very huge wizard's residence, twice as large as Angelet's wizard's residence, and it is much grander. Although it is in a commercial area, there is no self-control area of several hundred meters that can be used to breed some extraordinary creatures or something. But for Dr. Crow, it is precisely such a wizard's residence that can meet his requirements. What he wants to do is to promote the bloodline of extraordinary creatures. His strength has reached the limit as a wizard apprentice, and he can no longer improve his spiritual power. At most, it can only improve the purity. And the bloodline wizard path he took, if he wanted to break through the official wizard, he had to start with the bloodline in his body. Therefore, it is considered to extract the blood of a large number of extraordinary biological species, and study its internal blood factors. Understanding the supernatural nature stimulates the creation of a wizard core that belongs to Dr. Crow's own blood. In that way, the preparation to become a full-time wizard is almost half completed. Dr. Crow showed Angelet a tour of the wizard's residence. Angelet was amazed by the scale and complete facilities, and also somewhat envious. Among them, the latest wizard technology. If it is moved to his wizard residence, it can save at least 1/5 of his time consumption. After the preliminary understanding and visit, Dr. Crow solemnly spoke to Angelet. And Angelet could also understand that Dr. Crow's attitude was very serious. It seems that I really want to explain the content of the core secrets to myself. Dr. Crow said slowly. Angelet, to be honest, I admire you very much. Do you want to get my experimental data? As soon as these words came out, Angelet's pupils shrank slightly, and the surprise on his face was not fake. Inside the room of the wizard's house, Dr. Crow's words echoed in Angelet's ears. But Angelet's immediate reaction showed a bit of surprise and disbelief. Because wizards believe in equal exchange. And among things that can be exchanged, knowledge is the most expensive thing. After Angelet obtained some experimental data of Polaris, he already understood how precious the experimental data of an apprentice of an extreme wizard is. Wizarding knowledge that even full-fledged wizards value. Because in terms of wizard knowledge, these extreme wizard apprentices are no worse than formal wizards in terms of emphasis in a certain direction. It's just that what's missing is the test, like a carp jumping over a dragon's gate. Senior Crow, you, think about it carefully, think about it. Do you want my experimental data? Dr. Crow just said such a sentence with calm eyes. Angelet's eyes flickered, and he began to think in his heart. Although I don't know the reason why Dr. Crow did this. But he can be sure that Dr. Crow's words are true and serious. The experimental data of an extreme wizard apprentice, although it is about the bloodline wizard, deviates from the path of the elementalist chosen by Angelet. But in terms of value, it is absolutely equivalent to the experimental data of Polaris. Even if there is a difference, it is not too far away. After all, the system of blood wizards is also an extremely ancient system. It is branched from the Black Wizard system. And the Black Wizard system, which studies life and death, can be said to be comparable to the Elemental Wizard system. They all have a bright future, almost unable to reach the potential limit of the end. After obtaining the experimental data from Dr. Crow, Angelet was also able to conduct some blood research on extraordinary creatures. Perhaps it is possible to find the blood roots of some extraordinary creatures and specific changes in their extraordinary properties. It can also play a great auxiliary role in the path system of the Battle Body Wizard. On the other hand, it is about the black-armored young dragon that he owns. According to the system information, this is a black-armored dragon whose blood has mutated and has a chance of returning to its ancestors. If the research is thorough, Angelet may not get an ordinary black-armored dragon. It's an atavistic purgatory black god demon dragon. Taking it all into consideration, Dr. Crow's experimental data is useful to Angelet. Very useful. Angelet looked at Dr. Crow very seriously, and the eyes of both sides met peacefully. Angelet said slowly, Senior Crow's experimental data, I think this is something that no wizard apprentice can refuse. Already expressed his meaning. A rare smile appeared on the corner of Dr. Crow's mouth at this moment. Then he said, I can give you my experimental data, but I think you should understand the rules between wizards. So, Senior Crow, what do you want me to do? Angelet stroked his chin. Dr. Crow said, my request is very simple. I just need you to sign a wizard contract with me. Under the witness of the trial bird, I will pay for the experimental data, from mortal to extreme wizard apprentice stage. And Angelet, you only need to help me carry out the experiment until I try to advance to the official wizard, and at that time, I also hope that you, Angelet, can make a move to protect me from breaking through the official wizard and prevent external disturbances. Dr. Crow is actually planning to use the influence of the medicine line to avoid some troubles related to himself. If he was disturbed during the breakthrough, it would be something that Dr. Crow could not tolerate. And Angelet also looked a little strange after hearing Dr. Crow's request. Judging from these requirements, it seems that Dr. Crow also has some troubles. These troubles, even made an apprentice of the ultimate wizard, couldn't help but start looking for some foreign aid, external force to help. Angelet was sure that Dr. Crow was definitely not the only one looking for him. There should be several other wizard apprentices. However, this price can still be paid. According to Dr. Crow's situation, it will take at least 100 years before he can tentatively break through as a formal wizard. His accumulation is not as deep as Polaris. Still far from up to par. And Angelet is confident that within 100 years, he will be promoted to the ultimate wizard apprentice. At that time, Dr. Crow's request will not be difficult for him. It's impossible. An official wizard will take action in person to suppress Dr. Crow. Even if you think about it, it's impossible. Even Polaris had friction with an official wizard, but that was it. There was no real confrontation between either side. Obviously, it's just a small thing. After thinking about it, Angelet said to Dr. Crow very seriously, I agree with Senior Crow's request. Dr. Crow was also very happy after getting Angelet's accurate answer. On the same day, they took Angelet to sign the corresponding wizard contract. When signing the contract, Angelet also observed the content very carefully, and even the Eye of Truth used detection. After confirming that there was no problem, he signed his own blood fingerprint. My own breath and the breath of Dr. Crow have been intertwined, recorded by the trial bird. On the wizard's contract, the pattern of the trial bird appeared. Angelet could have a deep feeling, as if as long as he violated the wizard's contract, he would be attacked by the judgment bird. This is an extremely serious consequence. Almost all wizards sign contracts with each other, and they all use the judgment bird contract. Represents fairness, justice, trial, trustworthiness. When Dr. Crow spoke to Angelet, his tone became a little more intimate. Angelet, the focus of my wizard experiment is very simple, but I think your wizard anatomy level does not need to do the most basic anatomical work like other wizard apprentices. Dr. Crow then said slowly, you and another third-level wizard apprentice, come to assist me in the research of the core of the extraordinary bloodline, extract the bloodline factors of each extraordinary creature, and study its extraordinary properties. I will divide two groups according to the number of people, and you and another third-level wizard apprentice will each lead a group, and the wizard apprentices in the group will be evenly distributed. Only the experimental data I promised will be included. When I assist in the experiment, I will leave it to you. Dr. Crow said, what do you think of this arrangement? If you think it's appropriate, let's settle it. Angelet thought for a while, frowned slightly, and then stretched it out again, agreeing with Dr. Crow's decision. Let Senior Crow arrange it, because I'm afraid that my level is not enough for the position of experimental team leader. Dr. Crow pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth, and said with a light smile, it is enough to be able to have the level of advanced wizard anatomy, and the knowledge is so deep. When he walked out of Dr. Crow, the sky had almost dimmed, with no daylight left and a faint gloomy light. It seems that the next moment, the moon wants to climb out. Angelet was thinking about the work to be done after getting acquainted with Dr. Crow. The real wizard experiment work needs to start after the freshman assessment, that is, on January 1st next year. And now it's early December. Angelet returned to the wizard's residence. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. As usual, Reina's finger bones were placed on the table in the lounge. Reina's soul body appeared. Angelet and Reyna interacted and talked for a while. Let Lena return to the phalanx to rest again. Angelet came to the laboratory. Today is very fulfilling, all in Angelet's plan. The only exception is the contract transaction with Dr. Crow. However, it also complements Angelet's only shortcoming. Now he only needs to follow the steps step by step, and Angelet's wizard path can steadily reach the point of being a limit master apprentice. Even official wizarding is not out of the question. With a thought in Angelet's mind, relevant information about the Eye of Truth appeared in the void in front of him. Reminder: the analysis of the North Star Elemental Wizard experimental data is in progress. There are 3 stages in total. 1/3 of the first stage has been completed, and the analysis of the remaining 2/3 will be completed around 11 o'clock tonight. The Eye of Truth gives accurate hints. Angelet nodded slightly, and the data in front of him disappeared. Then came the progress of the mixing poison and refining the body, witchcraft. Hint: the host's mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft is in the 3rd stage of transformation, the current progress, 40%. Almost halfway through the progress. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of Angelet's mouth. So Angelet's arrangement for tonight is to prepare for the follow-up stage of practicing the Dark Tides meditation method. Try to outline the 10th wizard rune for meditation. The relevant difficulties, as well as the outline and severity of the outline, were all analyzed in advance by the Eye of Truth. Angelet is confident that he can outline the 10th wizard rune for meditation tonight. In the endless dark world, 9 stars that are brighter than before hang high in the sky as if they have not changed since ancient times. Bring some rare light to this dark world. The dark outline below that can be illuminated is much larger, and the flowing liquid is also more turbulent. The light golden data flashes, and the eyes are like gods, watching the endless dark world. It seems to have the power to penetrate everything, and no darkness can hide anything under these eyes. Angelet uses the Eye of Truth to assist and follow the established feeling. Spiritual power continues to spread out, in this world of consciousness space. In front of the pale golden eyes, there is also a trace that appeared out of thin air, so existential, so solid. 0. Then, a new trace appeared, added to the original trace, but this time the trace was much lighter than the previous one. Angelet meditated and sketched according to the analysis results of the Eye of Truth. The wizard runes outlined must be the most suitable for Angelet's consciousness space, and can, with other wizard runes, achieve the greatest degree of balanced response. Rather than being like other wizard apprentices, there may be some small troubles with unstable balance. Stroke by stroke, the unique wizard runes slowly condensed in front of the pale golden pupils as time went by. Its complexity, with its extraordinary nature, far exceeds any mortal writing, and even mortals will feel dizzy as long as they take a look at it. This is the backlash caused by insufficient strength and mental strength. The wizard runes in front of the pale golden eyes have become a whole. But compared with the 9 wizard runes, it still feels like something is missing in it. That is unreal. That's right. The wizard rune in front of the pale golden eyes seemed to disappear at any moment, and the radiance it emitted was also very dim. Angelet was trying to figure out why this wizard rune caused the difference. Soon, he wanted to understand what the key was. Pale golden eyes began to flicker. Under Angelet's control, the wizard rune was directly integrated into the original 9 wizard runes and the balance system. Soon, a violent reaction occurred. Just like something that was originally intact, something else went in out of thin air. 9 wizard runes suddenly became 10, and the result was that the overall balance seemed to be broken. The light also dimmed at the same time, and the area of the dark world that was originally illuminated also shrank back again. It seems that the result of Angelet's operation has led to bad effects. His choice was wrong. However, Angelet is still firm in his choice. I don't know how long it has passed, the light of this dark world is bright and dim. Nearly extinguished when dim. However, it was finally determined that after it stopped flickering, the shining brilliance more than doubled from the original. A retreat room in the real world. Angelet opened her eyes, as if the room was white, full of radiance. Angelet is stronger than before. Mental strength has also been fully improved. But he has more important things to do now. It's 12 midnight. You can start today's random check-in. This time, Angelet had a terrible premonition. Angelet came out of the retreat room, her mental power was more sharp than before. Even in the house, you can feel the cold night wind outside through the multiple walls. This is the frightening thing about the materialization of spiritual power. It can be called an indefensible means. If you don't have the same sharp mental power, you will always be passive. And Angelet's substantive spiritual power is not very strong, far from reaching the point where it can be used to confront the enemy head-on. If it is the substantive spiritual power of the extreme wizard apprentice, it is enough to use spiritual power to influence reality and kill the enemy out of thin air. On another level of explanation, it is to directly use one's own biological field to crush the enemy's biological field. To influence killing from hallucinations, that is, the enemy's 5 senses, sense organs and so on. Or it directly affects the environment and space, and the simple and crisp thought power will squeeze you to death. Become a puddle of meat. Following Angelet's thoughts, a bright light suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. The light kept floating, and finally gradually solidified into a color. And this color is a pure and flawless white. Angelet frowned slightly, and his complexion changed slightly. He didn't expect his premonition to fail for the first time. The white light finally gathered into a bag of special food, which fell on Angelet's open palm. Reminder: if you successfully sign in randomly today, you will get a reward, a bag of Wang's IQQ candy. Angelet silently tore open the mouth of the packaging bag, then stuffed it into his mouth, and began to chew. There was a bit of inexplicable color in his eyes. Time flies really fast, T. Angelet came to the balcony and looked at the night scene outside with a look of nostalgia. It seems to recall all kinds of things that were still in the mundane world. Or maybe it's the busy traffic of reminiscing about the past life. The world is huge, the universe is also huge, endless void, unknown species, all kinds of vastness are waiting for me to explore. Angelet stretched, and then slowly entered the room. Starting today, he will start a deep retreat. Polaris Wizard knowledge content is enough to support his use for a long period of time. Continuing to learn the basic courses will have no effect. The same level of Angelet's other courses has also far exceeded the basic level. Pharmacy, as well as biological anatomy, are the same, and the basic courses are no longer necessary to study. Angelet already has many channels to obtain subsequent promotion courses. No need to consume magic stones and dark points. The wizard contract signed with Dr. Crow and the wizard contract signed with Polaris are all like this. As for the Green Mother Wizard, Angelet has not thoroughly studied the content of advanced potion knowledge. For the time being, there is no need to go to the Green Mother Wizard to get more knowledge about potions. Time passed gradually, and Angelet was also immersed in the research of wizard knowledge in the North Star Elemental Wizard experiment data. The other time is to dissect the toxic supernatural creature, to improve the progress of the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. When you are relaxing, you are constantly supplementing the details of your Netmaster path. Constantly enrich yourself and improve yourself. Angelet also never participated in the courses at the Dark Wizard Academy. In this state, Angelet spent day after day. Mental strength and physical fitness are also constantly improving. And the speed is very fast, enough to shock other wizard apprentices. Angelet's progress will not be weakened until some of the resources owned by Angelet are exhausted. The time came to the last 10 days before the freshman assessment. In the laboratory, the biological scalpel in Angelet's hand easily cut off the foot of a poisonous supernatural creature similar to a giant spider in front of him. Immediately, green juice splashed out, and Angelet used the container to catch them all together. Chi-chi. The sound of the container melting rang out, causing Angelet to raise his eyebrows. There is deadly toxin in the blood of this crypt spider, and it is surprisingly corrosive, and the poison can melt the nerves of life and cause severe pain. It could be called the most poisonous transcendent creature he had ever encountered. Angelet put the container aside and let the black smoke rise from it. A container specially designed to hold the venom of toxic supernatural beings. The built-in layer may be corroded by venom, but there is still no problem overall. Angelet began to clean the other limbs of this crypt spider with confidence. All the blood was released and stored in a special container vat. The outer shell was peeled off, and Angelet cut off the most essential parts. When everything was dealt with, Angelet started to light the wizard flame, roasting the corresponding spider meat. As time went by, the oil was continuously brushed and spices were sprinkled, and soon a large amount of fragrance rushed out, covering the entire space. Angelet couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This taste is really extraordinary. Then his eyes fell on the barrel-shaped container on the side, which was filled with the blood of the crypt spider, the neutralized venom of some other poisonous extraordinary creatures, and some extraordinary plant juices. Like a hodgepodge, they gathered together, and the surface showed a sticky green paste, which was constantly bubbling. It makes people's scalp tingle when they see it, and they feel the deadly danger hidden in it. Firmness flashed in Angelet's eyes, and then he swallowed the crypt spider meat, which melted in his mouth, and directly turned into scalding heat and flowed into his stomach. In front of the powerful digestion ability, it was directly decomposed into billowing energy, which entered into every tiny part of the body, as well as muscle cells. In an instant, there seemed to be a roaring sound resounding in Angelet's ears, stimulating the potential of his physical body. The skin suddenly boiled like a red-boiled prawn, filled with super high temperature. This crypt spider is indeed an extraordinary creature comparable to a third-level wizard apprentice. It is the most powerful supernatural creature ever dissected by Angelet. Correspondingly, its effect must also be the most powerful. Angelet gritted her teeth, took off her wizard robe, and plunged into the barrel-shaped container as a courtier. The calm pasty green surface made huge waves. Angelet was surrounded by those special viscous liquids, as if he was a living creature. After Angelet entered it, these liquids immediately swarmed towards Angelet. It is even continuously poured into some parts that can enter the inside of the body. Soon, Angelet felt the severe toxicity and corrosiveness eroding his body. Chi. Black smoke billowed up, which was incomparably astonishing, and the originally calm water surface seemed to be boiling. Bubbles popped up one after another. In fact, this temperature is caused by Angelet's physical body. He has begun to activate some of the natural abilities of his wizard physique. The starlight plus the original skin temperature directly heated the entire green viscous liquid. Angelet couldn't help frowning with a distorted expression. These green pasty liquids contain toxicity, and they are a collection of several toxic extraordinary creatures. It can almost be said to be the most poisonous object in the world. No matter how strong an extraordinary creature is, as long as it has not reached the first level, it cannot be exempted from such a poison. Even a first-level extraordinary creature comparable to an official wizard will suffer certain injuries after being affected by such a poisonous liquid. Not to mention Angelet, whose entire body was soaked in the venom. In the eyes of others, this is simply the result of death. Angelet's whole body was filled with severe pain, which was the result of the body's skin was about to dissolve, and the flesh and blood began to melt. If it continues like this, maybe it will completely turn me into a dry bone. Originally, Angelet was able to counteract the toxicity of these venoms, but the nature of this was related to the venom. It's far from what Angelet's current physical body can exempt from ignoring. Angelet has already made corresponding preparations. This is the dissection of his last poisonous transcendent creature. After completing the poison training of this poisonous extraordinary creature, the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining body can directly advance to the fourth stage. Angelet's physical body will be greatly improved in all aspects. But there is no doubt that this last end is also the most difficult. The degree of danger is also very terrifying. Once there is any mistake, it will be the result of being completely killed by the venom. Angelet took a deep breath, thinking about the training steps of the mixing poison and refining the body, witchcraft in his mind, and resisted the pain that seemed to tear and melt all over his body. Began to waiting for the end of the pain. That is to say, the toxicity has penetrated into the flesh and blood, and then into the bone marrow. Start to shape the hardness of Angelet's bone marrow, spine and so on. In ancient times, there was a saying that was circulated, it is called fighting poison with poison, and you should be able to save yourself. And the steps that Angelet is doing now are somewhat similar. However, Angelet is more concerned with completing his witchcraft achievement of mixing poison and refining body. When the venom enters the depths of the flesh and blood, it will automatically stimulate the body's immunity and begin to kill the venom, but because the venom is constantly flowing, it cannot be completely killed. This is deadlocked, and the flesh and blood level of the physical body can be strengthened between coming and going. Then it is to enter the deeper area to temper the bones. Bones also have osteoblasts, and osteoblasts, tempering these cells can enhance their capabilities. Of course, a lot of consumption is indispensable. In this way, these extraordinary biological meat played the role of supplementing energy. Pain. The heart-piercing pain is beyond description. That's a nerve tear. That's bursting cells. But Angoulette endured it all. His eyes were calm, and his expression didn't even change in the slightest. When the time changes from day to night, Angoulette finally opened his eyes and jumped out of the barrel. Stretching the body, there was a crackling sound. That is, the bones become stronger, and the muscles and flesh are stronger than. More powerful results. Angoulette couldn't help but roared out, venting the joy in his heart. He finally succeeded. A large number of special lines appeared on his body, and that fast muscle seemed to be sculpted. It was incomparably perfect. Angoulette put on the wizard robe on himself, squeezed his fist, and when the fist hit the void in front of him, Immediately, a large amount of strong wind was generated, and a very obvious fist mark was directly hit on the wall. Angoulette he succeeded and broke through to the fourth stage. The strength of the physical body is several times stronger than before. And there is only one last stage left before the wizard battle body. With a thought, his own data panel appeared. Host, Angoulette. Current physique, 35. Current mental power, 24. Energy particles, 240 directions. Elemental witchcraft, black sun walking, shadow corrosion, shadow piercing, shadow world, heart of nature, shadow replacement. Special witchcraft, incarnation, hand of alchemy, cross-border trade witchcraft. Battle body witchcraft, mixing poison and refining body, 4 stages. Strategy, thunder emperor, flesh melting point base stage. Wizard physique, star body. Innate ability, manipulate starlight, evolve nothingness. Qualification, 4 grades. Level 2 wizard apprentice. Meditation method, dark tides, 9 wizard runes. Pharmacy, basic pharmacy knowledge, advanced pharmacy knowledge. Pharmaceutical formula, low level, azure potion, blood Roland potion, crimson potion, nightmare potion, medium, dream sleep potion, back to the source. Potion, Bryn Essence Potion. High level, Blooming Miracle Potion. Magic Stone, 10. Items. Red, Black Sun Key Inheritance. Gold, Ancient Crystal, Fire Dragon Sword. Purple, Wizard Ring, Star Potion X2. Blue, Meteorite Sword, Invisibility Cloak, Tears of the Crystal Goddess, Blood Roland Potion X1. The physical body has increased to a value of 35, a full increase of 3 points. Compared to mental strength, this is the level of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Then the next final stage is to directly step into the stage of the ultimate wizard apprentice. No wonder it is said that after the wizard battle body is shaped, it can fight against the ultimate wizard apprentice. Angoulette instantly understood that if he added the Thunder Emperor's art of war, he might be able to fight against an official wizard. Of course, Angoulette still doesn't have the confidence to fight a real wizard. Mostly just to save your own life and fight. The mental power has increased to 24 points because of the shaping of the 10th wizard rune. These are the fruits of Angoulette's days. And the results are not only displayed, there are many others. But Angoulette has to do the most important thing now, which is today's random check-in. This time, there was a feeling as if the heart was faintly touched, and it was absolutely unmistakable. There will be a reward that surprises Angoulette. The quality will never be low. Soon, following Angoulette's thought, a streak appeared in the void in front of him. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.